Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome in, Oshik. What's going on? How's everybody doing? We're gonna jump into things in just a minute. I gotta send a message first. Hold on 1 minute. Sending a DM to Dylan about concept art stuff. We're gonna jump into what the new dungeon stuff is gonna look like for Starground. But yeah. Okay. Sorry for the wait, guys. Anyways. Yeah, it's time in Starground for a new dungeon. So we're gonna kind of just start working on it a little bit. It should be pretty easy to like get the, you know, the generation and stuff set up because we already kind of changed things to work for multiple dungeons. So hopefully it's not too bad, but we'll see. A stray hair. Get out of here. Okay. So let's jump into it. Okay. So yeah, last stream we were getting the control click stuff working. That seems to be good now. So we're just gonna dive into adding the new dungeon. I don't know what it's gonna be called yet. But the vibe of it is that it's cold. It's very cold. Yeah, I'll show you a very limited view on the Miro. So this is the concept art stuff we're working with. And there's a couple things that I think we might do a little differently. I think I'm probably gonna make the atmosphere, like this planet, like fully blue and black instead of like red for the atmosphere. Just because I think the visual contrast and stuff in the Star Launcher would be nicer if it's blue, because we do have kind of a lot of warm. We've got Tephra already, so I don't know if we want to go full red. We'll see. I feel like we're adding in a lot of warm colored zones recently. But yeah, I think this will be cool. Basically, it's like an oil planet. So I think that could be interesting. And the dungeon rooms are going to be kind of like constructed with like oil bricks. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. This is also some of the other concept art we put in here. It's just like some other vibes of what we'd want to go with, you know, like some Frostpunk type medieval frozen castle, but also like high tech. And this from Sonic or whatever. So we're gonna funnel in all these inspirations into and stuff. We'll see. Yeah, we'll figure something out that looks cool. So yeah. Is that a dead guy? I think that's a dead guy, yeah. Some different enemy guys. Yeah, I think it could be cool. So we'll work a little bit on this, and then we'll probably also later swap over to the other game with the rovers and stuff, because I do want to keep working on that. Yeah, I think streams were mainly going to be kind of just mixed between Starground stuff and the other game, because I want to get things done on both. So let's go ahead and just pop it down here. Tephra, new planet. We have to come up with a name, so let's get started on that. What kind of name are we thinking? It's cold. It's oily. What are some cool words for oil? You know? Oil. Slick. Grease. Lubricant. WD-40. What if we did like Google Translate? Yeah, Latin. It already knows what I want. Oleum. That could work. Where's the word viridian come from? I don't even remember. I think I just came up with that randomly. What other cool languages could we translate it to? What about like Greek? I won't be able to read it though. This is a good thing about Latin, is it gives you that vibe, but it's still using Latin characters. Crazy. All of them. Oleum. Oleum isn't terrible, but we've already got Opus. I kind of want planets to start with different letters. Palestra. What other words are there? There's like black. Yeah, we don't want to use any of those. There's like dark. Caligo is kind of actually a cool name. Tenebrosis. Tenebrae. Caligo is kind of awesome. Means darkness, mist, dark fog, gloom, vapor. Yeah. That could be interesting. Let's start putting things down on the list for name ideas. I do like the idea of Caligo. What other words represent this planet? Like a ruin. Sinus? No. Oil. Tar. Tar is kind of just an epic name. Just like a little short. Or maybe. What about... what's another cool word? Frost. Nothing cool there. Cold. Frigis. Frigidus. Yeah. Frozen. Petrified. Torpins. Petrifia or something would be cool, but it sounds like somebody's name. What else could be cool? Also, like mechanical, there's gonna be like a lot of robots and stuff. Machina, yeah. Machine. Same thing. Yeah, sometimes words in English, especially more new words like machine, are just gonna be basically the same thing in Latin. You know? What do, like, does this stuff translate to anything? What do modern words translate to? Like, iPhone. Telephone. Yeah, those are just gonna be nothing. Interesting. Interesting that refrigerator is a word, though. Caligo is pretty cool. Yeah, I want the name to be distinct from everything else. Space Hub, Tephra, Tyria, Enceladus, Opus, Viridian. Caligo is definitely quite different. Yeah, I don't want 3 planets that start with a T. That's probably bad. Dark. Evil. Malice, yeah. Ominous. Dyrus. That's another cool name, actually. But it might be hard to pronounce because it's like, is it Durus, Dyrus, Durus? It's hard to tell. It's like another word that describes it. Still. Static. There's no word for static. Interesting. Well, I'm leaning towards Caligo. We can definitely start with that. You can always change it, I guess. The Caligo is just a cool word. Alright. So now we gotta figure out the location of the dungeon. Which we have this one at minus 40,000. So I think this one will be at minus 60,000. The atmosphere here, probably just oxygen. We'll figure out the planet location in the star launcher. For now, we can just use those rooms, whatever, it doesn't matter, but we'll change those out. All right, so let's go make the button for it. We're gonna want to go get the pixel. No. I don't know why I have such a block. Deepfold. Remembering what this is called. Alright. There's issues on YouTube. So let's figure out like what planet we want to use or what base. Not a star, not a galaxy, not a black hole. Maybe lava world. There's ice world. Which, honestly, it's basically what we want. Gas giants. And then all the islands, and then, like, Drysville. I think we can do the ice world. With some swirling blue clouds. Okay. So, yeah, let's import that. So, where do I have all these located? I think it's in... It's not displays, is it? I think I have it somewhere in here. There's like a folder for all of them. I swear I did. Yeah, UI, Star Launcher buttons. Oh, there's nothing in there, though. Well, that's fine. We don't need to use it then. Let's just use planets. So we are going to add in over here ice world. Alright, so this is what we're working with. It's a little messed up for some reason. I don't know what's going on. There's no signals. So this is going to extend planet button. Now I'm pretty sure that that extends our star launcher button. Yeah. Alright, so I don't know why it's all black. Oh, it's just the colors weren't transferred, I guess. And it's okay, we can fix that. So we've got land, lakes, and clouds. Let's just start with the cloud color, probably. So we got our base color. Let's have an outline color, which is just like that, but a little darker or whatever. And then shadow base and shadow outline. Okay. I don't know why this isn't being animated. I guess it only does it in game. All right, let's start pulling colors. Oh, Greta, let me grab my things. Okay. Okay, that didn't copy what I wanted. So that's the dark color. And we've got this guy. And this guy. And that one over there can just be something pretty dark. So the base planet is going to be basically just black. So that's the, okay. Let's go up one color, except for the highlighting. Alrighty. Then we've got the lakes over here. Those are already set to colors, but let's change those. Those could probably be this color. All right, this isn't too bad for now. Where did I set the times in this one? Yeah. We'll start off with that. We can always change it pretty easily later. So, all right, everything should be good to go here. It does inherit from planet. It's always a little weird. I don't know why it does. I think we can just say clear inheritance. Yeah. I don't want it to inherit scenes. Scene inheritance is kind of really confusing. It's hard to tell what's actually doing what. Alright, so here's our funny little planet. We're going to go back into our regions table. And we're going to rename Ice World to Caligo button. Pop. Put that in there. All right. So let's see, position wise, let's go take a look at the Star Launcher. I might have renamed it to Star Launcher. I think I did, yeah. So here, let's boot it up so we get a reference to where everything is. fill one of the gaps somewhere. Come on. It would be cool if, like, being on Caligo, the background's kind of like swirling oil, you know? Might be interesting. So let's continue here. Yeah, I'm also considering making a custom button class so we can have, like, hover and click sounds and stuff. It's gonna be a ton of work because there's a billion buttons that we have to replace with the new button class, but we'll eventually get there. I think it really would help the UI feel a little more alive. All right, we are here. So, let's take a look at Start Launcher. Okay, so that's where it is right now, but it's not where it's going to stay. So, I think there's a gap down here, maybe up here. Either works. So, like 0, whatever, a little lower than where... Let's look at that. And then what is the coordinate of Viridian? Oh, excuse me. Let's set that to like 2000 or something right now. We'll figure out exactly where we want it later, but that's good enough. Also, I believe that I forgot to actually set the ID. Yeah. But now we should be good. So let's boot it up and take a look. Take a gander. See, I'm glad I did that whole change last time making the other dungeon for the generation, because now, like, it's done. Like, it already generates the new dungeon just fine. The only thing we have to do is swap out the set that it uses for the rooms, you know? But it's so easy. It's crazy. You just add the region to the regions table and then it works, so it's pretty sick. I don't actually see it. I don't know what happened. Oh, is position 0 like a weird spot or something? Hold on a minute. I mean, where's like Opus? That should be negative coordinates, right? It's not. So 0 is not the right coordinate to use. Probably want to be somewhere like 2000. I think it regenerates that every time, so if we just make that change and reopen the menu. Still not seeing it. Which is interesting. Planets, Ice World, Caligo. Should be okay. 2000 should be fine. Unless that's like way too low. Maybe that's what the issue is. We can set it down to like 1500. I thought that's where Viridian was. Alright, let's try like 2000, 1500. See where that lands us. Hey, Medusa, welcome in. Yeah, it is gonna be cold. New dungeon. It's gonna be frozen. So I kind of like doing like different like elemental you know, things where like Tephra's kind of like dry and hot. Enceladus is like kind of wet. So this one's gonna be cold because I think it just opens us up to a lot of like interesting kinds of enemies, more centered around like elemental things. So yeah. Right now I'm just getting the button that you can click on to go to it set up. some reason it's invisible. Okay, I actually don't know why it's invisible. Okay, there it is. It's just in a weird spot. So it needs to get shifted to the left and then up quite a bit. So let's do that. So let's go like 1700 on there, and then it needs to be up more. So, oops, that's Viridian. So let's go to 1600. Or I guess right in the center would be 1280, I'm pretty sure. And then vertical height, let's go up to 1000. See where that puts us. I guess it's not going to redo the... Oh, yeah, it's because the regions table only gets loaded in once, so that's fine. Also, our, like, collision area is whack. I don't know what's happening. So we have to modify that. I think it's just because inside of our scene, we go to the Caligo button. It's probably just wrong. Oh, yeah. For some reason, this is, like, huge. So top left, set the size to 128 or whatever. Let's see, I don't want it to be 128. Probably like 64. I can't imagine this planet's going to be huge. And then we'll set the sizes of all these. And here. And to this one. And also down in here, the like pixel resolution. Here we go, pixels. That needs to be set to 64. There we go. So let's resave that. I should fix the hovering issues, I think. And launch it up again. Let's see. So yeah, we might mess around a little bit with the tile set today. The nice thing is now that we've already gone through the trouble of getting that the other dungeon implemented into Starground, adding this one is easy because the code's already there for another dungeon. So it's literally just drop it in and you're done. Obviously we have to make the rooms and the enemies and all that stuff, but there's very little like back end that I have to do to make it work, which is great. I think it's gonna really speed this update up a lot. Okay, somehow it's over there now. I still can't click on it, so I don't know what's up with that. Oh, right. It's because I have to make these all ignore. And then you save that. Yeah, now I can do it. Yeah, for some reason it's way over here now. I need to figure out the X coordinate of where this is. Here, I can check. I can just click on the star. Which I don't know which one it is, though. Well, here, let's just go look at that inside of the Star Launcher UI. And star position is 1984. Okay. So dream state to be in, just template out your engine for new plugin expansion. Yeah. It's really nice getting like systems and stuff in place like that. Just makes it so easy. One day I hope to finish the game to that point. Yeah. It's definitely hard. I mean, it's not like I woke up and it just was like this, right? It's a lot of refactoring and stuff like that. It's been a lot of work. But I am glad that it's finally at that spot where new content additions are a lot easier. It's also just great for modding and stuff, knowing, like, if I'm easily able to add stuff in, then you can also do the same thing with modding. It's nice. But yeah. There's probably still even more work that needs to be done with that, but yeah. Let's see what this looks like. Hopefully it's in a good spot now. And when we go teleport to this new region, it's just going to start out with... it's going to be using the Tephra rooms for now, until we actually make our own. Oops. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Did I not set it? I might not have saved it before I did it or something. Oh well, we'll load it back up again. But yeah, now we can go to Caligo. It's gonna look like Tephra. Because it's using like the Tephra set for dungeon rooms. But yeah. I mean, it's working. The zip lines are broken just because I haven't marked it as using zip lines or whatever, but I also don't know why these are boss doors. That's a little quirky. Why can't I attack? Oh, I was holding control. I was like, what? Yeah, I forgot I made a change now so that when you're holding control it oh shoot. It lets you quick grab things. I want to see if there's a chest building here. Nope. Yeah, it's nice is like we can just swap out. There's the way the dungeons are kind of set up to spawn in enemies and stuff is it just has a list of the different scenes it should be instantiating. So if we go look at the regions table, this is all the information about what, like how the dungeon generates. So there's the starting room, there's the regular set, the required set. So that's stuff like the boss room, the exit room. There's the enemy list, and then the decorations. And that's it. So it's pretty easy. Yeah, the doors are funny, but I think it's because of the way that the doors are like generated or whatever because of the ID. I just need to make actual doors for this region. But, you know, maybe that's something that could be improved upon. I'll probably mark it down. We can dive into the code and figure out why it's funny. But it's not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, and I think I don't have zip lining enabled for this region. That's probably why the doors are broken. Actually, I might just have that set as a static ID. So I'm probably gonna add another tag up here that's like uses zip lines. By default is false. And then inside of Tephra, that will be true. Okay. Alrighty. So we can go find in the code where I mentioned Tephra. Instead of just saying, you know, Tephra, I can go swap it out. So that's the dust stuff, that's fine. This is like the background. We'll find it in here. That's setting the color of Tephra, which that's another thing we can change too, is like the default background color and then also the lighting color in the dungeon. Just because why not? So yeah, right here, this is the thing. It's basically pretty easy. We just say if our region uses ziplines, so we'll change that. Liquor is 80% front end, web, device, etc. Focus, and with a lot of new frameworks. Yeah, a lot of the work becomes refactoring and architecturing for reuse and efficiency for new similar features. Probably my favorite thing to work on when I can. Yeah. No, it is really fun. Like, it's something I didn't really pay much attention to, you know, when I was younger and stuff, but like creating like reusable code and like templates for things and more like automated systems really helps. I think like as time goes on, the like it's more important to me to save time where I can so I can focus more on the actual like gameplay and the vision of the game. Because now it's like the coding isn't really that hard, it's just mainly a distraction. So anytime that I can like do it once and save time and not have to repeat it is great, right? I don't know, I didn't usually used to think that way back when I made my older games and stuff. I just kind of like, just everything I made new, but now I'm starting to realize how nice it is to like, set yourself up for success, make it easier for your future self. So, but it's interesting. Now that's just like how I program everything. And it's nice. I'm glad that I'm paying more attention to how my things are actually like designed, right? Okay, so that's gonna get a dungeon region. Let's go look at the dungeon. What did they call it? It's called like dungeon room. Let's look at any of these and then see what it extends. What? Ooh. Hold on. Here we go. So does this have a... I know it has dungeon region. Okay, so it just has region. That's fine. We will change this. That's the loot chest. Where was it? It was a door. What's going on in here? Oh, that's the loot table. Okay. Door. Here we are. So we're gonna say, and then say mod API.get region from ID, like that. Dot uses zip lines. Then we set the zip line. So yeah, I'm trying to pay more attention to that too, of like not hard coding these things in, because I want any like functionality I add into the game, really it should be what's the word? Repeatable. Like clean code, so people can use it in modding and stuff. Even though I'm probably not going to make another planet that uses zip lines, I still want it to be like something that's possible to do. So we're going to launch it up and just make sure the zip lines aren't broken. But it should be fine. The funny part is that over time, you then realize you're spending too much time setting things up for theoretical reuse. Yeah, right? Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I feel like I kind of ran into that a little bit at one point, where I was like, yeah, it's so easy to accidentally swing too far the other way, right? Where it's like automating every little thing or making your code like too big and perfect. Sometimes it really is just easier to patch something in it. It can save you a lot of time. But yeah, exactly right. It's just the constant like fine tuning and tweaking, like how much you automate versus just how much you copy. I don't know why that planet's still way down there. I gotta figure that out. So it doesn't seem like the... Oh, duh, I'm not on Tephra. Hold on. So let's go to Tephra and check out the doors really quick. Yeah, looks like we're gaming. So now we can just implement that anywhere we want really easily. Just as an experiment, like what if we marked Enceladus is doing that or whatever, right? Also, it might be messed up here because of the position of this. No, position is 0. I don't know why this is just in the wrong place. It's kind of confusing to me. Because we got we know that the star center position is 1984. And like Tephra and stuff, that's 2000. And then up here we got Opus, which is 1500. So yeah, like 19... I guess that's not... It's not really the center, is it? I don't know, maybe it's the positioning of the star is different from the other planets. So we really want to set to like 1700 probably. Like 1200? doesn't matter. We'll slowly tweak that and get in the right spot, but yeah. So those events are welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for the speed. Okay, so I wanted to just test for fun. If we, tell a different dungeon to use zip lines, because I just want to see if it works. It might be a little quirky with Enceladus, because I don't know if the, it's gonna look weird, at least. But let's just see. Saving scene. Yeah, one thing I can definitely say though about programming and stuff is it's like I don't know, it's fun knowing that there's more room for improvement, I guess. Of like discovering new like ways to architecture things and implementing it. I don't know, it always feels like there's more. There's more to learn. Okay, so that position is terrible. Yeah. Then what is this position? 1500, it's not 2000, so it's gotta be like 18 or 1900. But I did 1900 and that was whack. So it's gotta be just a little bit less. It's gotta be like 1850 or something. It has the vertical. The vertical height's good. So we'll see what that looks like. It's good. Did your team place good for you in the jam? Yeah, we did pretty good. I can pull that up. I'm pretty happy with where we ended up, so. So here's our rankings here. Not bad, given a jam of 9,000 people, so. But here's what we ended up with. Pretty good in artwork. Audio not bad. Of course, creativity's down, but I kind of expected that anyways. I mean, it is just Snake. And narrative is always going to be a difficult category, kind of regardless of your game, unless it's like a narrative-driven game. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with where we ended up. I think we're talking about doing a post-jam version, then maybe also a Steam release too, which definitely would be interesting. So we'll see where that goes. All right, so the zip lines are here. Let's see if they work. Oh yeah, they work. Cool. So it's just nice to know that like stuff like that can be transferred between regions, you know. Now I know it's like, okay, I can just mark it as using zip lines and then it works. I don't know why that door is missing its like back plate. Actually, I think it's because it uses zip lines and that's why. So there's a little bit of tweaking I'll probably need to do for the zipline stuff, but yeah, it's looking pretty good though. Now let's make sure we get rid of that before we forget, and then all of a sudden somebody complains, there's ziplines on Enceladus. Oh, not that one. This one, get out of here. There were a lot of Snake games? Yeah, there were. Which, you know, is to be expected, it's fine. Okay, so we got the region stuff set up. Let's do just a little, I want to dive into a shader for the background because shaders are fun and cool, so how about we do that? So we've got all these other backgrounds in here. I think it's somewhere in here. Background canvas, here we go. This is the Opus background. So I think the visibility of that gets handled in here, right? Yeah. Same with the color, yeah. So I can just hide that for now. And also with our screen overlay stuff, or down in here, I think that also gets handled. Whatever this node is. Yeah, Opus Dust. Okay. So I'll also go ahead and say, we got alpha. I'll just say on ready, visible is true, so we don't get any issues there. All right, now we can see in here. So let's add a new color rect to the background canvas. Fill it full. And I want this to be kind of like a swirling oil texture, right? And I think that's going to be relatively easy to do. But I want to see what because there might be just a shader we can go grab. Let's see. And then maybe we can tweak it. Oil. Because I know there's also stuff like the Balatro background. Balatro. Like these ones down here. Which is basically what I want, although we would do a little bit less, like, twist. Yeah, Balatro paint mixing. So, I say we just copy one of these and modify, honestly. Why make it complicated? Call this, oil. And then, yeah, this is definitely going to need a lot of tweaking. So, first off, pixel filter. What is this doing? Let's see, what if I set it to 90? Because that just looks like it's the, like, horizontal resolution or whatever of our image. So that I might just set to 1280 or whatever. We'll figure that one out. 1920. And then this is just mixing two colors together, so let's go grab our colors. Yeah, we'll probably do some modifications to this. So we got the first color. We could do the same color. What does that look like? It's kind of a vibe. You got spin rotation speed. I set that to like something crazy. It doesn't seem to really do anything. Then move speed. Move speed is going to be extremely slow. Okay, that's offset. That is kind of cool, though. Here we go. Contrast and stuff. That's the thing I want to modify. Just set lighting to 0 or something. Okay, 0 doesn't look good. Set it 0.2. Okay, that's the spin amount, so I don't want really any spin. There we go. And our pixel filter. Which I don't want it to look like that. Also, the pixels are not square, so there definitely needs to be some kind of, because I think this is designed to be, yeah, like a square texture like this. So we're going to modify this shader just a little bit so that we can get it looking normal. So this is it in here. It's pretty simple. This is MIT, right? Okay. It's not MIT. Well, we're not going to use that one then. I don't want to get in trouble. We'll put a different one in. And this will do the job. It's still got all the stuff, basically, but it's CC0, so I can modify it. Yeah, I've got the polar coordinates and stuff. Spin speed. It is really cool how that looks. It looks three-dimensional, you know what I mean? Looks crazy. This one also has color 3, which is interesting. Okay, so I kind of like how this one is a little bit more because it actually gives me fine-tuned control over what the colors are. Right, so I can like set one of these other colors like this. Ugh. No, no, no. And I might actually make this one a little darker. I know it's breaking our color palette, but it's different because it's a background. Spin amount, yeah, that's just that again. contrast. Whoa. Oh, 0 is just invisible. Keep the contrast pretty low. Spin amount will be 0. And then pixel filter. It's too low. I just want it to kind of map to world resolution or whatever. I can't remember what we ended up doing for the other ones, but if that's just set to 0, is that just invisible? All right, let's figure out what the pixel filter is actually doing down in here. Am I not going to be able to use this either? Well, actually, I'm looking here. I think the Bellatra paint stuff actually was taken from Shader Toys. So I think it's okay. But we'll see. So we don't need the polar coordinate stuff. I'm just going to get rid of polar coords. I don't even want to know about it. Okay, so basically everything happens in this function, which is effect. So where is it doing using pixel filter in here? Okay, so that's just multiplying the screen UV chords. So I can just comment that out so that it just straight up uses the size of the screen. Although that doesn't seem to work. Okay, so I probably do, I guess I have to divide it by pixel filter. I hate though that it's not square. I think honestly, the better way to do it is just to use LODs. Because you can do that. Like down in here, I think when you define texture or whatever. Somewhere in here. There must be a texture, right? Huh. Well, we'll just set it to 700 for now. We can tweak that later. I mean, honestly, looking at this effect, it's really, I think we can achieve the same thing, making our own, just using, scrolling textures. So we'll maybe look into that. But let's go ahead and do this. So caligo.visible is equal to this. All right. So let's load this up and take a look. I'll probably go back and make our own shader using, yeah, scrolling textures. Because that's basically what it's doing. Yeah, I'm just looking at some GIFs of it over on the side. I think we can achieve the same effect with that. Alrighty. Let's go see what this looks like when we go to Caligo. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We definitely have to figure out the stretching because it doesn't like, you can see when I change my window resolution, it changes the background because it doesn't take into account scaling. So that is kind of the issue with this shader, and it's something that I can fix pretty easily by just using world UVs instead of whatever it's using now. Because right now it's doing it all through like code. It's not actually using any textures, but I say that we change it into textures probably. But I think it'll be cool. It'll just make the background of this place a little more fun and interesting, you know? And maybe we'll also apply like a little bit of like a windy blizzard effect, you know. It's not going to be super crazy. Like, I don't want it to be like it is on Opus, where it's like super windy, but we could cook something up. Also need to work on like the background ambience here. That's another thing also that I'd like to integrate a little better into the regions thing. The regions table is like the type of music that plays here. I think just having that inside of each region would probably be the play. But yeah. Oh. What happened here? Oh, it's because it tried to get loot for the region, Caligo, but there isn't one, so it died. That's fine. That's not gonna happen. Well, let's just do the shader now. I want to get it out of the way, so. So we're gonna erase everything and restart. You know, void fragment, void vertex. Vertex issue goes above there. So we're gonna have varying vec2 world UV. And that's where we're gonna set it in there. So I have to go get my world UVs now. Somewhere in here. I get them everywhere. Yeah, it's this. World UV is that. Shaders are cool, so cool and confusing for me. How did you learn them? It was really hard, honestly, but I think the biggest thing that helped was actually just like Twitch chat kind of guiding me as to what to do. But I highly recommend going to Godot shaders and like using this as like a reference for how to do things, because it helps a lot. You can just find a shader that basically almost does what you want and then tweak it instead, or at least just start doing that, right? And it really does make it easier, because you can just go to something like whatever, right? This pond water shader, and then be like, okay, how do they do it? And this is the code right here. It just shows you everything. So I think that's a really good way to do it, of just like, look at a shader, modify it, understand how it works, and then you start to get a better idea of how to actually do that from scratch. So, and it's definitely hard. Shaders are still really hard, even for me to this day, but it's doable. You just gotta practice. Show tip, no problem. So we got it. I'm sorry. That's a cool background. Okay, so what we're gonna do is use two different. We've kind of made a shader like this already, actually. So we're gonna get two different textures in here. Texture 1 and texture 2. And we might also have another one for like the coloring. And that one would probably be like a gradient. Had to figure out how I would do that. Or we just use a texture that's kind of like a circle. We'll figure that one out. Also something that's missing down in here, I'm pretty sure. I gotta find one that's used it. Yeah, I need to divide this by the size of our texture in here. I've actually done one in here somewhere where I actually got the texture size. Yeah, I just had texture size my sampler. And then that way I don't even have to get the texture size. It just kind of works. All of that's being... So I think I have to do vec2. Cast it as a vec2 first, like that. There we go. Now what we can do down here is say color is equal to text1, just as a temporary thing, so we can see it. Also, we have to say texture, text1 UV. Now let's add in our noise textures. So we're just going to be creating two fast noise light textures like this. And let's figure out how we can warp the UV and stuff. So I am going to look at the code in here just as like to get a general idea of how they're doing this. Because I think what they're doing is just kind of mixing the two colors together. UV. Go to the max here. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Offset, I presume, is what they're using. Yeah, we'll figure it out. So we could use the texture of another texture as our UV, right? And this gets very interesting. So we can say vec2 UV. Also, welcome back from ads. Is now texture text2 UV. I would just say .rg or whatever. So you can see we get a crazy effect from that. And we can modify our second texture to be a little different. That's our frequency. The thing we want to do in this one now is set a color ramp so that it's not so intense. Because I think the more we lean toward white, does let us do some pretty interesting things. You can also do like different patterns and all that. But yeah, what does this look like when it scrolls, right? Okay, so we probably don't want to use a texture necessarily as the UV, but it's definitely interesting, right? The way that we can do this is just kind of mix the colors together and have like a... just choose the color based off of how bright the color is. So we can say this is color 2. Is that, it's a vec4. And that plus color 2. Oh, that has to be UV. And say vec4 color 1 is that. So now we can say color 1 plus color 2. So now here's the thing is if we say plus time on one of these, you can see what's going to happen here. Oh yeah, also we have to make sure that these are repeat enabled. Otherwise it's not going to work. Make both of them seamless. So we can say vec2 time 0 or whatever. Let's see what this looks like. I was complaining about. Need another parenthesis. And let's give this one a little bit of vertical movement as well. Maybe a little more. Oh, right, it's got to be time divided by 100 or something. And this one is way too fast. Let's also set that one to like minus. So you can see like a little bit of like a mixing effect that we get here. Obviously right now it's super like weird and grainy, but that'll change. We can also multiply these together, so now it's like this. So this is kind of like our base like texture, and then we can just use the highlights of each texture as our colors. So we define what color it is based off of that. So we probably want like a gradient in here, just so that we can know like the distance away. Also, this is not going to be UV. We're going to be using world UV, and that way you can see the textures are not squashed. So, and I'll probably decrease the frequency of these because they are kind of small. Or yeah. So maybe we go down to like 002 or something. That's a little too low. 005. I'm probably going to increase the texture size here too. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, we can keep tweaking the frequency and stuff to get the vibe we want. All right, so now we are going to, let's just do 2 colors, honestly, because that's kind of all we really need. So we're going to say vec2 colors, like that. And this has to be, I forget how to make an array, something like this, I think. Oh, this also has to be like uniform vec4 colors or something. There we go. Now we can give this a type of source color. So over in here in our shader, it's going to be an array of colors right down here. And we can set our different colors. So we'll just set them all to white for a second, just to make sure that it's working. So now we're just going to basically be sampling the color at a given thing here, and then depending on what that value is, let's say float val is that. And depending on what the value is, it's going to map to one of our colors that we've defined down here. And it doesn't really matter, we're just going to say R because it's just white, so... Now, if val is less than 0.25, elif val is less than 0.75, else then it's our brightest color. So this is where we say color is equal to colors at index 2, index 1, and index 0. So this is basically like a posterization filter, or like clamping our colors. Oops. And now we can define our colors in here. So you can start to see what that's doing. We can also get it set up so that these kind of smoothly interpolate between each other too. So, hey Ryan, thank you for the spin. Welcome in. How's it going? And we can keep changing these values until we're kind of at a spot that we're happy with. But you can see the effect we're getting here, and I think it's pretty interesting. It definitely does look like liquid. And we can modify the speeds and all that to make it more calm. Yeah, we could stick with the sharp cutoffs like this, or we can kind of just do a mix function based off of what the value is, where we say like, I think it's like mix. Yeah, and this lets us merge values together. I think we need to mix vec4s though. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Oh, mix does let you do vec4s, so we can say mix colors 0 and colors 1, and that'll be whatever the value is. Let's just say colors equal to that for now, just to see what it looks like. So you can see what that's done. It's now mixing the two colors together. So if I make this one a little brighter, you can see, yeah. So that'll give us like a smooth look to the oil. And we could also do interesting things too. I mean, we could divide this or like change that value. So we'll say if val is less than 0.4 or whatever, then we'll do that one. Else we'll do this one. I keep doing a GD script syntax. And this will mix between color 1 and color 2. Like this. Now also something that we have to do here is multiply value by... because this is going to be 0 to 1. So in the case where it's less than 0.4, we need to say times 0.4. So that it does the proper mix there. And then for the other half of it, let's see here. Or no, we need to do the opposite of times 0.4. Here, what's 1 divided by 0.4? 2.5. Oops. So that'll be the proper one there. But then this one down here is going to be wrong, so we have to say, because we need that to map. So we're going to say minus 0.4. And then 1 divided by 0.6, which is this. And I think that's what we want. Let's see if that looks right. I think that looks mostly right. Unless I'm doing that wrong. So if our value is 0.4, it's going to go down to 0. And then let's say it gets up back to its maximum of... Hey, it's like, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Yeah, that should be correct, I believe here. Yeah, what's going on? Welcome in, everybody. What were you up to today on your stream? I won the raid roulette. Let's go. Awesome. Thank you so much. Working on a game jam. Nice. Yeah, I just did one of those pretty recently. It was for the GMTK 2025 jam. It was pretty fun. I was with me, Adagon, just a couple other people. Which jam are you doing? Okay, that's too dark. Maybe a little too dark still. GMTK scares me. Too many entrances. Totally fair, yeah. It is an insane number of people that join that one, so. Run and jump 3. Okay. Ooh, jam. This is 2. I can't scroll? Okay, there we go. Here, where's the run and jump 3? How do I get to it? Run and jump 3. Sort by jams. There it is. Okay, yeah, thanks for the link. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's cool. I haven't really done like a super small... I mean, I've done some jams in a university that were very tiny. It's like 5 people. But I haven't done like a public jam like that that's so small. We can try this out real quick. Oh, there it goes. Here, I'll turn off our music for a sec. Chase with the B-roll. Space jump. Space double jump. I messed up. It's less for winning, more for having an excuse to finish a project. Yeah, I totally feel that. Was I supposed to die there? Oh, I start off really slow. Let's give that a retry. Let's, avoid dangerous things. Whoa. That's a bug silly. Nah, it's all good. No! Let's give it one more try. Okay, it looks like there's like respawn points. No! Okay, come on, come on. I got this. No! Checkpoint every 32 tiles, okay. Oh, I'm dead. I ran out of health. Yeah, it's cool. When is this, okay, so you got like 2 days left, yeah. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we did a jam for, I'll show you the game we ended up with. The one on GMTK. We made a game called Ouroboros. It's kind of like Snake, but a roguelite. Thanks for playing. Yeah, no worries. I'm not gonna judge the game yet. It's still, he's still got 2 old days, so. But yeah. This is the game we ended up making. It's basically like Snake, but you like loop around things to collect and also deal damage to enemies. So it's essentially a roguelite Snake game. But yeah, it's pretty cool. We're talking about maybe doing a post jam and then also possibly like just putting it up on Steam for $1 or something, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Yeah, it was fun. I do always enjoy doing jams every once in a while. It's just to kind of take like a break, you know? I mean, obviously the big, long projects are cool, but sometimes it is definitely nice to just work on something else for a little bit. So, yeah, it's really cool. Otherwise, today we've just been working on shaders. So this is like, it's going to be kind of an oil shader that's in the background. I'm just messing around with different textures and stuff right now. Cellular does look interesting. I don't know if that's the vibe we want, but... yeah, see, they got to be almost the same size, otherwise they start to, like, look out of place. But just experimenting. I kind of do like how this looks with cellular. I'll probably also do some like UV modulation too on these. Where I could just like multiply it by time or whatever, and what that's going to do is just make it go crazy. Or what we'd probably do is like times sine of time and do something like this where it like probably divide time by like a lot. Maybe 1,000. But yeah, multiplying and dividing our UVs will kind of make it look a little more interesting. It's messing up the scrolling, but it's fine. Yeah, I'll experiment with that another time. I think this is good enough for now. I was using like the Balatro paint mix shader, but the only issue with that is that I don't want to accidentally use something that is copyrighted, so I'm probably not going to use this one. But I think I can achieve basically the same effect. I just got to keep tweaking things. I'll probably do some more research into how this is actually calculated with the paint swirling. I'm sure it's not that complicated. I mean, the whole shader is right here. It's weird though, because it doesn't use like textures. It just uses straight up like code. But I imagine that what this is doing is generating a noise texture using the code. So I'm sure there's a way I can achieve the same effect using actual textures in here. But yeah. It's more math than Mabel, do you even think? Yeah. It is a lot of math. It's very complicated. But Actually, I think what might work here, might make this interesting, is mixing these instead of multiplying. I can say mix like this, and then set the factor to like whatever the bright one is, so we can say that as the mix factor. Oh yeah, see that's interesting. It definitely changes how it looks. So stuff like that could be worthwhile to explore. Yeah, otherwise, I mean, I think multiplying also looks decent. I don't know, the words of shaders are so interesting. There's so many different things that you can do with them, honestly. Like, I feel like shaders are so expansive, I could literally just do shaders and like for the rest of my life. But yeah. So Mad Chirpy, welcome in. Not braining right now. I gotta get some food in me. Hug my pillow a few hours. Yeah, do it up. Yeah, you got a jam going on. Focus on that. Get some food. Take a nap. Whatever you gotta do. But yeah, thanks so much for raiding in. I appreciate it. Let's go see what this looks like now. The background. I do wonder how the performance of like 1000 pixel textures runs, but I think shaders are pretty performant. I mean, I don't think it's something to worry about. Well, have a great day. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, this definitely looks cool. The only thing is, like, I want to avoid it looking like clouds, and we'll work on it more. I think the way to actually do that is probably just make it like shiny. So, say Chirpy, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, I think what we can do is just give it a tiny little bit of a shine. So let's go back into our code. And we'll just change the value that it's being filtered by. So instead of like 0.5, we go up to 0.8. Let's not worry about those right now. I don't know, something like this. Because then you'll see like those, these little like shiny bits kind of fade in, right? That'll make it look a lot more liquidy, I feel like. You can lower that just a little bit more. Kind of like this stuff. So yeah, I think that could be interesting. And I was doing before like this. I think I actually kind of like the vibe of the defined colors a little bit more. Like this. And this is something that we can tweak and mess around with. So we can say if this is less than 0.2. Or maybe we do like this being even less. Maybe 0.4 on that one. But yeah, I don't know. This is something we can just keep tweaking, messing around with. Game looks good. Mustache looks good. I'm sold. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, this is for my game Starground that I've been working on for about a year now. A bit over a year. We're actually coming up on the like year anniversary for the Steam launch, so that'll be cool. But yeah, also something I think that would definitely help here is make it less noisy, right? Maybe swap to Simplex Smooth. Or maybe go cellular on that one, and then on this one we go to Simplex. Yeah, see, that looks kind of interesting. It's like round now. And we could do some fractaling, but we could do like a different one, like ridged. And this kind of just changes the vibe to be more like swirly. But yeah. Good alert though, best of luck. No worries at all. Thank you very much for coming in. The gain and stuff doesn't actually matter when it's on the fractal mode. I do kind of like the vibe of that. It's very interesting. Yeah, the more ridges it has, the more noisy it becomes, but we want to stay on low ridge count. We could lower the frequency like that, so it's more like wavy. All right, check that out. That's kind of interesting. And then circling back up to this one, maybe we don't do cellular, maybe we do simplex smooth. And no FBMing. Or maybe just a touch. Maybe we just do like a little bit of fractaling. Just so it's a little warbly, but not too distracting. And I might also change these values a little bit more now. Maybe down from, or up from 0.5 to 0.6. Something like that. I don't know, but I'll keep messing with this later. Let's also, while we're here, I think I want to slow everything down. So let's just up this all by quite a bit. Maybe go to 200, 20, and 40. Because this is oil after all, I don't want it to be spazzing around like crazy. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And we can also have this go like minus time divided by 10 or something, or 20 or 60. So that it'll kind of move vertically a little bit more. But yeah, this gets basically the effect I want, just kind of this swirly oil. It's like you're drowning in oil. And we can add more colors on here if we want it to be a little bit more like a little bit more of a gradient, but I feel like this kind of fits in with the style of Starground though, so I'm probably gonna keep it like this, the steps, you know. All right. Well, it's coming along. Yeah. My Twitch panel, there we go. So that's our background for this zone. We can kind of start experimenting with a tile set if we want to. So let's go open a previous tile set and just change it and resave it. So go down to tiles. Where are the tiles? Tile Space Hub. Is it Tiles Dungeon 2? I think that was the experimental Carnus tiles. I might have just called it Tephra tiles or something. Tiles Gem. Or it might be called Dungeon. Yeah, Dungeon Tephra tiles. We'll just use this as kind of a reference. And then let's resave this as Dungeon... I already forgot the name. Caligo tile set. So we've got the regular floor tiles here. I think for floors, we're going to have like a couple different... These are probably going to be a little more handcrafted, these rooms at least. Just so they look cool. Let me go pull up some reference here. But it's going to have a very dark kind of frozen vibe. I'll probably do some more shader stuff where it kind of looks like little ice crystals sprinkled around on the walls and floors and stuff. So we'll do that. Alrighty. So yeah, the floors are going to be almost pure black. There's just a little bit of like highlights sprinkled in. So let's also turn on our grid. Thank God for the grid. So that's the regular tile. We will have a another tile set over here or whatever. Which, let's actually just break this up into the brick pattern we're going to be using so that it's we can keep things consistent. Like this, yeah. Now you can just kind of copy this and get some different brick patterns. So just do something like that. Maybe that one's just kind of a small brick thing over there like that. And something that's really interesting that I'm looking over here at a reference is that like it's kind of like a rainbow pattern. I think is kind of cool because that's sort of how oil sort of looks, you know. So we could do some interesting shading where we like start with green or something. And then we like go up to a different color. Maybe like some purple. Oh, it could just look cool if we have that kind of rainbowy, whatever you call that. You know, where the surface of the oil kind of looks funny. Those are a little too bright, though. Maybe something like that. I don't want it to be too distracting, though. So we do have to strike a balance between the two. Maybe we even go into like a brown color like that. It could look kind of interesting, I think. These tiles scattered around stuff. So we'll see. That's something we'll experiment with. So there's going to be a little bit more of like the traditional dungeon, more like how Enceladus is laid out versus Tephra, because we're not on the rooftops. So a lot of this is going to go. The bottom left thing will stay, but I'm just going to select all this and just delete it because it doesn't matter. We're going to do a completely different tile set. So for the walls, we'll probably go up a color just so it's not so dark. And we'll have a couple different random wall patterns here. And then we'll have our tops of the walls here. Those will be a bit brighter. And I think I'll go ahead and outline these, actually, do this. Just that has a little more contrast. And these don't quite know how the tops are going to look exactly yet, but could also do like some of this funny stuff, you know, the interesting colors. It's tricky because they have to tile with each other. Yeah, it's going to look too, repeating itself too much if I do that. But we could do it in the corners. We just have like green. Oops. Sprinkle in some brown. I think it could look interesting. Maybe these will be green as almost like an anti-alias thing. Okay, so those are the floors. These are going to be the walls, which I'm thinking about like the coloring and lighting and stuff. I might do the walls are actually black and the floors are slightly brighter. So I might do something like this. We'll see. I might leave those being bright, but yeah. So I think we'll actually change the color of those and then swap our walls out with pure black. So we'll save that. And let's just go ahead and make a room so we can start experimenting with the tile set. Most of the style of this zone will kind of stem from the decorations and stuff around, so I'm gonna create a new folder, call it Caligo. Oops, not Cali. Whatever I said. Calyog. And I'm going to copy one of these rooms. Or we're going to duplicate it. So we got the Caligo room. I think I put it in the wrong spot. Epic. I love doing that. It's super cool. All right, put that in the Caligo folder. All right, so here we are. We can start modifying this tile. So first off, we got Dungeon 1 tiles. We are going to make unique recursive. Oh, it's quite a bit, huh? Let's do make unique. Now we'll resave this as Caligo tile set. So we're going to swap out the atlas. And we're going to go through here and delete all the tiles we're not using. We will be adding them one by one. There's so many. All right. So let's draw some tiles around. These are our floor tiles. And then we got our ceiling tiles, or wall tiles, whatever. I'm curious, are you running the game on an older version of Godot, or do you keep up to date? I always usually keep it up to date on the newest version of Godot. Because there's always new epic stuff in Godot that I want to use in the project, so... some people don't like to do that, you know, because of stability or whatever, and I get that. But personally, I don't really ever have issues moving up to newer versions, so I don't worry about that. It's 12, that's 12. Sometimes they're, yeah, I mean, I haven't, in the time that I've been using Godot, they haven't ever removed anything that has caused me issues. The only change that was made was the change to like tile sets. It did mean I had to go through all my tile sets and change them so that they work, but honestly, it was such a minor inconvenience, and with all the new stuff that I got from making that change, it was absolutely worth it. So yeah, it's really not a big deal to upgrade. It's not like I had like a bunch of mods already built for the game or something. I mean, obviously it's different, you know, Starground's still in early access, so it's not a big deal if I do change things around. Because there's not a whole lot that's relying on stuff. You know, of course, it's different for every single project, so it just depends. But I like to keep things up to date as much as I can. And I'll probably continue doing so. I'm checking all my work, update to the next Godot release, build and test. If they break something badly, I will switch back to old version and click the revert button. Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing too, is like it's so low risk for me to update stuff because I've got Starground on GitHub. Like I have a version control set up, so before I ever update the engine, I make sure I push a build and have everything saved so that if there is major issues that I have with the new version of Godot, it's super easy just to revert back. And yeah, just as you said, Dustin, I've never had to press the revert button. There's never been a change in Godot that's actually caused me enough issues to have to undo it. So yeah, it's really not too bad. Most of the changes that Godot makes are not super destructive, and when they are, it's for a really good reason. You know, it's usually making the engine a significantly better experience to use. So yeah, some people are pretty afraid of like upping the version and stuff, but really it's not too big of a deal. I think it's always worth it, at least for me. Okay, so this is where we're at here. I think I'm actually going to change how these like bricks are. And instead of doing this, I think I'm just going to make it like a little bit of a raised up brick. Like this. Because I think I like the vibe of that better. Okay. Yeah, one thing I don't do, I don't use any of the experimental versions of Godot, just because they typically have a lot of issues, and I don't really want to have to deal with all that. But whenever there's a new like release stable build, I always update. So, I mean, there are a couple of limitations. One thing I do have to wait on is Godot Steam to update, because of course I need that in order for the game to work. So there's some times where there's a new update for Godot and I can't update quite yet because I have to wait for my dependencies and stuff to be up to date. But really that's, they usually get updated very quickly, so it's not a big deal. Because I'm thinking something like this with the bricks. Just want to see what this looks like. I don't know. Obviously this is too bright, but we could go with a darker color like that. See what that looks like. I think this one's screwing me up. Nah, I don't really like that. We can go back to the old. Imagine that the shader's preloading or something like that. They added a while back, gave you a pretty big boost in FPS. Oh yeah, with that. It definitely did help a little bit. I mean, at that point, before that, I didn't really have a ton of shaders in Starground, but I know for like 3D games especially and stuff where like all your materials are shaders, it probably made a really nice boost to performance, so. But yeah. Okay, so I'm going to create... We're going to select this tile. We're going to copy this. I'm going to say make unique, and then save as Calico Ice. And then we're going to copy and paste these other tiles. So I think what I want to do for this like floor decal is yeah, make it look like there's little like ice crystals all about, right? So the way we can do that is by changing the noise here. I guess the noise does matter. Oh, right, because it's a transparent thing. I don't necessarily want to do snow here. But I do think doing like some ice crystals would be cool. So, just to get a general idea, we'll swap this out with a real color eventually, but I want to see like what the vibe would be here. I guess we could do that and then change our noise texture to be very sharp. Is this game available to play yet? Yes, it is. Yeah, thanks for the link. It is out on Steam. The demo's pretty out of date, I will warn you. I do need to go back through and update the demo because there's a lot of new content now that that the demo would definitely benefit from. But it's totally playable though. It does give you just a nice little idea of sort of like, you know, what the game's about. The full release is definitely, at least quality of life wise, way, way better. But yeah. I'm just looking at all the different fractals in here. We got ping pong. I want something very jagged, you know? I mean, we'll up the frequency a lot like this so that it's like, we get like little ice crystals all about. I keep saying all about, like I'm British or something. So something like that, right? I just want it to look like little shards sticking out from the ground. And we'll swap out what the texture we're using in here, because right now we're using this decal, which obviously doesn't make any sense. So just for fun, let's swap it out with like an ice asteroid. And you can see what that kind of looks like. It's pretty interesting. Or even something like this with a little bit lower frequency. It just kind of gives it like just a little bit of ice on the edges of the area. I think it could be cool. It's really interesting when we do like the big ridges, but yeah. So that is kind of the base color. Probably make the base color more blue like that. Yeah, they finally updated the video player on Steam. I'm very glad that they did, because the old one sucked. So yeah, it's cool. Took them forever. Alright, doesn't look terrible. It's just temporary right now anyways. What I want to take a look at is... So we want these like brick tiles, but we're also, I think, going to do some like carpet in here. I think it could look interesting. The style we're kind of going for with this environment is like... I don't know how to describe it. It's basically a mashup between like medieval architecture and like an oil rig, right? So it's gonna have like kind of like carpet and stuff, but then there's also gonna be like pipes and stuff on the side. It'll start to look a lot better as we start working on decorations. But I just want to throw in some basic carpets here. We'll probably actually make this like a tile set or whatever here. Like this. So yeah, that's gonna have all the different, okay. And then it's just gonna be sort of frayed on the edges. Like this or whatever. This will just be black here probably. This place is obviously abandoned, as all the dungeons are, so it's not going to look all clean and perfect. And maybe I even apply another shader on, or create another one just for the carpet, because it could look interesting. But let's just see what this looks like if we fill this out with the carpet, so... Oh yeah, we don't have a solid tile. I am stupid. There we go. Go. So now we put those guys in the center. This one over here. And I'll probably turn this also into an actual like tile set or a terrain so that it's easier for me to create these rooms and stuff. But yeah. This one's actually wrong. All of this right now is just experimenting and trying to like settle on a style for everything. So all of this stuff I'm doing is not meant to be a permanent solution. I just want to see what different things look like. Yeah, definitely think a terrain set on this would be nice. So probably create some carpet. Excuse me. And then we can go into our tile set, paint, and you can paint your terrain on top of carpet. And it'll just be nice because it lets us automatically define how the carpet will behave. I'll show you what that means in a minute. So we do that, and now we go into tile map. We go to terrains, carpet, and we can just draw it in and it automatically tiles for us, which is extremely nice. Now, of course, we're missing a lot of tiles for this to be like a really complete tile set. We don't have like inner corners and stuff, so you can see like stuff in here looks broken, but at least it just kind of lets me do stuff like this a lot easier. You can also do like paths like this, right? And it'll just start filling everything in, so I think that'll work. So in the corners and stuff, now we can get started a little bit on like our pipe decorations and all that, because that's going to be kind of our next venture. So I think we'll have a couple different designs of pipes. We'll have one that's like a big pipe. So these are going to have to be 3 tiles because I need to have the different variants and stuff. So yeah, this one will be a really thick pipe, almost a full tile. And then up here is where it kind of fades out. So we'll, I don't know, maybe do some kind of fade or something. We'll see. I'm not sure yet. I'm just going to block in the general shapes for now, though. Kind of like this a little more. We'll see. And then this is going to be like this. But there, that looks terrible, though. Then this is going to be the middle of the pipe, which is going to have that same, like, bracket thing, whatever you even call that. It's like a junction spot. And then up here is where it's going to kind of transform into the top pipe. So let's just fill it in almost all the way. I guess we'll want it to be like that. It'll be kind of like that. So let's throw that in, just experiment with what that looks like. So these pipes are going to go on top on the decal layer. So yeah, this has got a bunch of crap. Let's delete all that. If I could do it. There we go. So we're going to have that like top piece up there, and then it goes down kind of like that. Right? And I'm probably going to make maybe another tile for this kind of fading out into nothing. So let's do that. So yeah, this level will definitely require a little bit more like manual designing of the rooms and stuff, but that's not really a huge deal. Honestly, it's kind of so easy to draw in the rooms. It's like, I'd rather have the control over that than oh, whoops, I messed it up. Than having to figure out a way to do it procedurally. This kind of circles back to that little discussion we had about like automating versus just doing it by hand. Because in this case, it's probably better just for me to do it by hand. It's not worth the trouble. Unless that's like what the whole game was about or something. And we'll have a little bit of one of these things up here. Well, it'll probably be like that, yeah. If we go full down like that, we'll see. So now we are going to... Let's actually outline everything first before we start, like, finishing it. And we also got to work on shading, because these pipes are atrocious right now. Alright. I should go one more pixel down here. So this will probably have like a little bit of a shine mark there. And time to shade. So we're going to do all of that stuff being dark. And sort of the same thing over here a little bit. The edges being dark. And this will go up to like right here. Maybe a little less, so we do like, maybe like that. We'll figure out about the curve right there. Fill all that in. Something like that. You could also do like a little bit of a shine there, maybe just on the base. It's fine to do it on like the segment that's not going to be repeated. I'm not going to go too crazy with the lighting in the centerpiece because it'll look bad. But yeah. We could just do a little bit of like that. And then up here, I think I'll swap it out to that. So let's save that and see what it looks like in game now. Oh right, the tiles have changed. And we've got the two on the top. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. And then we'll make some other variations of the pipes and stuff too. It's not just gonna be the one. Yeah, now it's pretty easy just to add pipes wherever we want that kind of go out of the room. So I think we'll do maybe 3 different types of pipes. So we got that one, which is like a big thick pipe. And I may darken this pipe up. We'll see. I don't know yet. But then we'll have one that's like a lot smaller. Maybe this will be like a 2-piper. Something like that. And as for where these do that thing, like that. Okay. All of the little ridges. Let's see, Bob. Wait. Ooh, we gotta do this. Okay. Now we can fill that in. Do our little shading bits. I think for right there, I can sprinkle in that just as a little anti-aliasing. Okay. By the way, you're doing all the game alone? I can go over the details of that as soon as ads are over. Because I can't tell, you know, if people are locked in ads or not. Oops. Actually, yeah, that'll all be filled in the center. So we can just go bop. Get the ads for some reason, you block is blocking it. Well, that's good. Okay, ads are over. Everybody, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not doing this completely solo. I mean, I am kind of the main person working on it, I guess. I do most of the development solo. But we have a couple other people working on stuff, so I don't do the music. That's handled by Ace Man. He's a musician. And Dylan is doing most of like the designing stuff. So like this concept art here, this is Dylan's work. So typically the pipeline is like, pipeline. Dylan draws some concept art stuff. I draw the in-game assets and kind of realize the concept. And then Ace will make music for that region we create. So yeah. I do all the programming though, all the in-game art, the sound stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'd say the split is probably like, oh, I don't know, 90, oh, my back, 90% solo, so it is a lot of work. That's why when people ask, I mean, I never lie and say that I am a solo developer, because technically I'm not, but definitely more on the side of solo development. But yeah. You know, it does come with benefits. When I do all the work, it means I get the money. So, I kind of like the darker pipes, I think. Let's see what that looks like in here. Oh yeah, dark pipes is the play. Yeah, this will be an interesting looking dungeon. It's definitely like way different than the other ones. But it's definitely not a bad thing. I think that's good. And we'll work on making like this dungeon look more deteriorated, because right now it's like a little too like perfect, you know what I mean? Let's see, I think there's a mode on this gradient where I can do like transparency. I can't remember how though. If anybody knows how, let me know. Yeah, there's foreground to transparent. I thought there's a way that I could do a gradient and then fade it out. I'm still not super familiar with Krita, so you know, there's still stuff I'm trying to learn. Reverse. Let's look that up really quick. create a transparent gradient. Transparency mask. Okay, that'll work. So transparency mask, or I have to do that here. Add transparency mask, and then on this one I set the transparency. Oh yeah, there we go. Move that layer. Okay, so then I can just do whatever, transparent to that. Select the area for this that I want to fade. Bop, bop. Oh, is it because the transparency mask is full by default? I think that's what it is. So if I were to drop black, yeah. So we actually just want this transparency mask to fade to pure black. Like this. Other way around. Like this. There we go. So now it just gives it like a fade out. So when we resave this, you can see they don't just cut off. They kind of just fade into the void, the realm outside of the room. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Cool. Yeah, decorations and stuff like this really, I think, bring environments like this to life. So wizardry, I know. Yeah, I still need to work a lot on the ice effects on the ground. It still kind of looks bad, but we're getting there. I would like to have a couple other variants of the pipes, like one that goes to the left and stuff, you know. One nice thing about the big pipes, I think we can just reuse it. So we can just do something like that and then make it branch off to the left or whatever. We can also have a sprite here that kind of just like comes up like this and then just goes out. Just for the back wall, stuff like that. And I'll probably do another sprite that's like an even smaller pipe. Hey, Settlix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Oh, I copied the wrong thing. I think that's turning into a brick. Is it? Yeah, what's it doing? Let's just here do this. Delete that again. And do another gradient. Up. I gotta go from top to down. Boom. Now if I draw on here. Okay, I don't know what's going on with our transparency mask. A little weird. It's going good. Did a bunch of overlay dev stuff today. Nice. Make gestures and stuff using my stream deck, so I'm technically a digital puppeteer. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong. I did this wrong. What is happening? What is this little black splotch? Is that on the base layer? Oh, it is. Okay. But yeah, that's sick. Yeah, dev stuff here has been going pretty good. So, thank you for the spin. We're working on a new dungeon today, so it's been going good. The vibe of it is kind of like, it's almost reminding me of like Vampire Mansion a little bit, or like the mansion of an oil baron, which I think is kind of cool. Please never shave the mustache. I'm not planning on it. Yeah, I'll probably keep it around for a little while. The mustache. Do wonder if one day I'll shave it. We'll see. But yeah, I can show you what we got going on in just a second here. I'm just creating another like pipe variation here. This one's smaller, so it's gonna be kind of more blended into the background. Almost more like this. Yeah. And then I got this mask thing set up here, so I'm going to copy this here. And then it's still doing the weird brick thing. Okay, so screw that. I'm messing around with transparency masks in Krita, so it lets us do this like fade out like this. Yeah. And it looks pretty good, so I'll show you in game what we have going on now. Let's resave the image. Also, something we're going to do really quick is I need to make the top part of the pipe like that. There we go. And maybe for that, I'll give it a little shine. So this is just the room we're kind of experimenting with. It's not done by any means, but we're getting there. I'm just kind of drawing some pipes and stuff like this. Also, yeah, I realized something interesting too is we could just have the pipe fade into the wall like that, which actually looks pretty good. Because we could do like this and just have like a little short pipe that goes into the wall. It's also cool because it gives the wall like a lot of depth. I kind of like how that looks actually, so. Yeah, it's actually cool that that works. We could do like a really short one like that. Yeah, these pipes are going to make the walls in here look so much more interesting, I think, so. So this is some of the concept art that we kind of have that Dylan drew up over here. So it's going to be kind of like a little bit of a mashup between like a medieval mansion and also like whatever you call that, diesel punk, where it's like very pipe heavy, oil theme, you know. It's going to be cold here. It's going to be frozen, so. But I think it'll look pretty cool. Like this place. I can't remember what the game this is from, but it's like some kind of mansion with... It's going to have like robots here and stuff, so it's going to be very mechanical, but also medieval. I think it'll look cool once it's all ready to go. I do think the two vibes match with like that kind of rich mansion vibe with the red carpet and then also the industrial pipe and oil. I feel like I've seen stuff do that before. But yeah, still super early on. We're just experimenting, yeah, with tile set stuff. We do have a background shader that we created earlier. Here, I can go ahead and load this room or create a loot table for these new rooms and then actually load this in and see what it looks like. So easy now because we go in here and then these are the rooms that spawn. So we just copy it. Called Starground loot. I already forgot the name. It's like Caligo. And right now we will just give this Caligo room 1. So let's load in and take a look. Yeah, this will also be a good spot for like the ancient automaton enemy we have, because right now that's just in the first dungeon. And it kind of works there, but I think it would be good to move that enemy out into an environment that makes more sense. So I mean, things instantly forget all the time, I know. I've already forgotten the name of this like 10 times. All right, let's see what this room looks like. Load it up. We've got the little planet icon stuff already set up. It's been so much easier to add this dungeon so far, just because we went through all the trouble of getting like these dungeons easy to add with the last update, so now this one is super easy. And you can see the background that we kind of just cooked up really quick. It's just a shader. The idea is I kind of want it to look like oil back there, so... so far, this is just spawning in. Oh, I forgot to actually change the thing. Epic. So I need to go to the region here, and instead of regular here, I say loot Caligo. So this is basically just having IDs pointing to an array of which rooms should be spawned in. What's great about it is it works for modding, so... I think you definitely accomplished the oil vibe. Yeah, I appreciate it. I think it's looking pretty good. All right. Let's load in again, and now it should be spawning in that room. So let's check it out. The starting room won't be it, but if we go to the other rooms, yeah, there we go. So this is what it's looking like so far. I think it's interesting. We can definitely needs a lot more work for sure. The ice shader that we have, it's just using a temporary texture, which is just the texture of the ice asteroid, so it looks terrible right now. Right, we're gonna actually make a real repeating texture for the ice shards and stuff. I'll probably also bake in some like ice into the pipes and the walls and everything like that, so it'll look a lot better. But this isn't too bad so far. Yeah, I do like the pipes and the walls and stuff. I think that really adds a lot to this environment. So definitely pipes. We're gonna have some like kind of gothic looking windows and stuff. The doors need to be swapped out, obviously. And yeah, I need to figure out what my plan is going to be for the floor. I mean, we have like a couple of these random tile variations, but they don't really look that good. So Kelski, thank you for the follow. You know, what else do we want to do in this room? Decorations is going to be a huge thing too. Just having little like gizmos and also some kind of, really I guess the vibe we're going for is like a gothic mansion, right? Something like this. Like this. Where it's very kind of dark and evil in there. Like this. So we could have some like candles or whatever. It's AI, but you get the idea. Gothic mansion interior. I really wish Google had a option to filter out AI images. Yeah, stuff like this with like mirrors and candelabras and whatever. Definitely spider webs in here would be cool. I don't know. We'll just keep drawing up stuff. Eventually it'll start to get closer to the final vision. That's just how these things go. You kind of have to just throw stuff down on the canvas to actually see what you want, so. Yeah, right. It's all about iterating and trying out things, see how it looks, you know, even just like this, like I just threw it down and I was just like, let's see if it works, and it kind of does. It makes the walls look very like they're deep or have like three-dimensionality when it like kind of fades in, and I like how that looks. So I'd probably also maybe sprinkle in a little bit of inspiration from stuff like you know, Alien the movie. But like some of the environments I think are really cool in that movie. More specifically like the engineer spaceship. The interior of this spaceship. I think it's cool. We'll be leaning more into this vibe in the final automation planet, actually, because that's kind of what I want it to look like. But I like how, like, all the pipes and stuff, just how, like, it's very interesting. There's not really a whole lot of other environments and stuff that look quite like this, so. But I'd like to capture that a little bit in this dungeon, of just, like, all the pipes on the walls and stuff, and, like, I don't know, I think it's cool. What's the most difficult in game dev? It really depends on the project, but I think for Starground, at least for me, it's been the multiplayer integration, because it's so much work having to make it all work together. Because multiplayer is an illusion. Basically what it is copying. It's trying to make both things look the same and hope that they match up. because the minute they don't, you get desync issues and then the game breaks. So yeah, it's really hard. And on top of just the like conceptualizing like how everything works in multiplayer, you have to make sure it runs well and everybody can connect fine on different machines, and it's a nightmare. Yeah, multiplayer is scary. But yeah, I would say that's probably at least the hardest thing programming wise, but there's definitely a lot of other challenges with game development. Marketing is a really big challenge, because a lot of people go into this with a background of like art or music or programming. So most people just don't have the knowledge or experience of how to actually market things. And a lot of marketing too is just, it's very exhausting sometimes. It's a lot of like posting a million times everywhere and signing up for events and all this stuff. It's just, it's a pain. But of course getting a publisher helps a lot with that, so you know, that's always an option. But yeah, other hard stuff with game development, I would probably say what else is hard? Yeah, honestly, most of the hard stuff is the things that have nothing to do with the actual development, right? It's like the outside variables. The programming isn't that hard, other than multiplayer, but I think another hard part is also just the motivation side of it, of like the discipline of continuing to work on a project and seeing it to completion is actually really hard. It's so tempting to just stop working on something and move to the next project, but it's I think it's really important though to actually see things through to the end. You learn a lot that way, so I don't know, it's hard though. It's really hard. I mean, it's so tempting for me to just stop working on Starground, you know, but I have to finish it. I'm in too deep. Are you using built-in nodes for multiplayer in Godot? Yeah, I'm using the multiplayer synchronizer and spawner. I think they work great. Most people aren't doing big multiplayer games, whatever that means. I think obviously if you're doing something like an MMO where you have thousands of people connecting to the same servers, then they don't really work. But otherwise, for a game like Starground, where it's just co-op and you have a couple friends joining in, I feel like almost 90% of games fall under that category anyways, of just like a little co-op thing. Or even like smaller matches of PvP is fine. But I think it works great for that. I've never had any issues with it, so don't let it scare you away, because it's really not... it's not a bad way to do multiplayer at all. Is there another guy here? Oh, he's broken because there's no navigation map. Yeah, I've had a good time using the built-in nodes. Everything seems to work pretty well most of the time. And then for integrating it in with Steam and stuff, what I use is Godot Steam. And there's a multiplayer peer. I actually switched away from this recently, but there was a big, massive update, and now it's good again, so... Yeah, I'd recommend using the Godot Steam multiplayer peer. Basically, what this lets you do is you do all your multiplayer stuff first, make your game using Godot's built-in nodes, and then when you're ready to put it up on Steam, you just kind of connect it up to this, and it's super easy. So, yeah, it's a nice way to do it. It definitely makes multiplayer easier. Once you understand how the synchronizer and spawner nodes and stuff work, they're really not that scary anymore. And also, of course, on top of the nodes, I'm using RPCs as well, because RPCs are pretty important. I use those everywhere. But yeah, I think, like, it's not that synchronizer and spawner nodes can't do big games. I mean, it might be a little difficult to... You probably need a little more fine-tuned control if you're making a really large game, like with... And large, I don't mean large as in, like... a lot of content, but large as in like the infrastructure, something like, I don't know, CSGO, where you have like public lobbies and everything, and you know. But I think you can do any kind of game with Godot really using its base tools. It just depends on how you use them. There's plenty of ways that you can optimize things. There's like these visibility masks or whatever they're called. And that would let you kind of optimize your networking calls or what kinds of things get synced. So on here, it's like this public visibility thing. You can disable that or set it only visible for specific people connected. So that's a way to prevent cheating on like a PvP game so that people can't see things outside their render view. Whole bunch of things. There's a lot of customizability of those nodes, so definitely take a look at them if you're thinking of doing multiplayer. I think they're a good way to kind of start. I've tried to do multiplayer with other games before, but it was always just an absolute nightmare. Like trying to do multiplayer with GameMaker was not good. GameMaker is really terrible at multiplayer because there's no built-in stuff for it. So you have to write everything manually yourself, and it's a bad time. So I would not recommend using GameMaker for multiplayer, but Godot handles it pretty well. Seems to me that every time I hear that something isn't good in Godot for big games, the person is actually massively overplaying it. Yeah, like, really, that I hear that all the time, and it's just not true. Like, when somebody says it doesn't work for big games, it's probably because they just don't understand how to optimize it properly, or, like, what other functions there are to make it work for larger games. So... yeah, I always just ignore stuff like that. Where like Godot you can't make a big game in Godot, or you can't do this in Godot. That's just not true. You can do anything in Godot. It just depends on your own abilities to do it, basically. That's your only obstacle. Modern game engines are way more powerful than people realize, and kind of regardless of what engine you choose, you will be able to make any kind of game you want. I mean, even something like GameMaker, yeah, multiplayer is complicated, but it's still possible, you know? It's not like people have done it before. There's multiplayer games in GameMaker, so... yeah, I really wouldn't worry about it, honestly. Like, I don't listen to, to stuff like that, and I don't think anybody really should. Like, if you're picking an engine or you want to make a game, don't look at, like, you know, oh, I can't do this in Godot, though, because this guy on Reddit said I can't. Like, certain engines definitely have strengths and weaknesses. I definitely won't lie about that. Like, Unreal is way better at doing higher fidelity kind of stuff. You know? Big 3D environments with modern graphic settings, like ray tracing and all that business. But it doesn't mean that games can't look good in Godot in 3D too, so... yeah. What about Unity to integrate multiplayer? I haven't done multiplayer in Unity, so I don't really know. But I imagine it's relatively straightforward. There's a million games made in Unity that have multiplayer, so it can't be that bad. I'm sure there's a lot of like APIs and stuff. I think Unity does have some built-in stuff for multiplayer. I think it's like Unity... there's some kind of multiplayer thing. They have some base packages for doing multiplayer. So. But yeah, you can totally do multiplayer in Unity and Godot or whatever engine. Yeah, the 3D graphics discussion is insane. Godot has gotten a lot better at 3D recently. I think a lot of those complaints were from earlier versions, because there's some games in development right now made in 3D that look really good. Like, I mean, I wouldn't even know the difference if it was Unreal or Godot. One is Road to Vostok, and this is made in Godot, but it like looks really good. I mean, right? This is just a 3D game. Godot can do good looking stuff, right? It's just, again, like how you use the engine. And the rendering pipeline just keeps getting better. They keep adding new functionality, and it's always looks better every single update. So, hey, thank you so much for the raid. Let's see, Gally on the shore. Welcome in. What are we up to today on your stream? Is there that one named PSV? Oh yeah, that's that. Is it the one by Bip and Bits or whatever? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, we were just talking about games. Yeah, this one. This one also looks really good, and this is in Godot. I mean, it's got, you know, the freaking, whatever they call those, sun rays and stuff. It does look really good. So yeah, I don't think there's any validity to arguments that Godot can't do 3D, because it's just not true. People can make really good looking games in Godot that are 3D. Most of what 3D matters on is your textures and assets, right? Yeah, the rendering and stuff helps a little bit, but to really make a game look realistic and good like this, it's just a lot of painstaking modeling in Blender and a lot of texture painting. It's a lot of work to make a game look like this, so... Yeah, welcome in everybody. Yeah, the game development's going good. We're working on my game Starground right now. We're just in the very beginning stage of creating a new dungeon. So Starground's kind of a combo between automation and dungeon crawling. So next update coming up is going to be a dungeon update. But yeah, this is still extremely early on stuff right now. We're just experimenting with tile sets and different decorations and stuff to kind of start building up an identity for this region. But it's getting there. Right now there's like all these enemies and stuff from a different dungeon, so it looks really out of place. But we're going to be swapping out all these decorations and enemies and stuff to the theming of this area. The whole idea here is that it was like a planet that was extremely industrialized. So they did a lot of oil mining, and now it's filled with oil. And all the oil fumes, I think, acted as basically like a shield from the sun's rays, so it's also frozen here. But yeah, it's coming along. It's just gonna be a lot more work making all the decorations and editing this tile set. I want to do a shader that gets applied over top of these carpets. And that'll let us like kind of make it look dirty, like it's covered in oil. I'll just like use this color and kind of like slather it on. So I think it'll just help like kind of merge these two tiles together a little bit. We also got this other shader set up right now, which is like it's gonna like make things look like cold, like they're covered in ice, and that's still kind of ugly, because right now I'm using a temporary texture. It's just this ice asteroid texture we have in the game, but it looks pretty terrible right now. So but yeah, it's coming along. We literally just started today, so you know, lots of time to refine the look of this place. Kind of like Wally with trash. We actually already did a planet like that. Funny enough. If we go to Tephra, this is kind of like one of our main references for this area was Wally. This is Tephra, by the way. This place is like a dusty garbage planet. It's like some of the items scattered around here, a trash can, broken cameras and stuff. I do want to kind of circle back to this region again, probably, and continue working on it a little bit, just add some more decorations and make it look cooler. But yeah, this dungeon is done. It's got all the enemies and stuff, so I mean, it's already out in the main game. Always. Yeah, normally you can't run around and no-clip like this just because I have God mode on. We got hives and stuff. They spawn in little guys like this that fly around and attack you. But yeah, I think the vibe of the new zone is going to be almost like, think like a gothic mansion, but filled with pipes and oil. So I think it'll look cool. It'll be a nice contrast compared to what all the other dungeons look like, because that one's like a very warm, orangey zone. The other dungeon we have is Enceladus, and this is more of like a, oh, what? Oh, I accidentally changed the material here. I gotta fix this shader. Hey, it's because I didn't make the noise texture a unique resource, so that's too bad. But yeah, this is the first dungeon we added into the game. It's kind of more of a stereotypical brick dungeon. infested with fungus and mushrooms. But yeah. Yeah, I gotta fix that. That's annoying. So I need to go back into Enceladus moss. And then I need to undo whatever I did here with this. Okay, I can't undo that one, so we have to go into here, I think. This is gonna be annoying. Well, I could just revert the change in GitHub. It's not a big deal. Let's just go there. Do that. So I think it's down in one of these. Enceladus something. I wish I could sort alphabetically in here, like, or like just click a... Yeah, it's right here. So yeah, this is what we accidentally changed right here, which is just the color array, and then, yeah, all the settings on our noise. So we can just discard those changes, and it should be corrected. So yeah, sorry, missing here. You said you were working on your Steam page. That's awesome. Yeah, if you got a link to that, you're totally welcome to send that in here and we can check it out. I would love to see it. Saving seed. Did it actually, oh, it didn't, like, change the file yet. Making a small game. Haven't made a page yet, but I can share some Discord images. Yeah, you're totally welcome to. If you got a link to the images or whatever, we got a Discord server. If you want to advertise in there, you're welcome to. Here, let me make sure that this is actually updated. There we go. Now the moss is back to normal. Yeah, I got to be careful about that, of like these references in Godot, because it'll break everything. So now we can go back to the Caligo room and... Ooh. Interesting. So those tiles went away. I don't know why. And that still has that one. But then in this one, it's fine. So I guess it must have made these ones unique. Just to be safe, I'm going to go ahead and select one of these tiles. And on this noise, I'm going to say make unique. So we don't have to worry about it anymore. Then resave it. So we should be okay now. So if I go to like this one, you can see if I select this. Yeah. We're good. All right. Yeah, I gotta watch out for that stuff. Okay. Back into a Caligo room. So let's work on this ice shader a little bit more because it's kind of stupid right now. So let's see here. So yeah, we're gonna have to swap out that decal sprite. This is our gradient that kind of defines where it is. Yeah, I'll probably make this more like this. We might move away from, or we'll go to simplex instead of Berlin. Maybe we'll move away from ridged, do something like ping pong. Because I think it looks a little more icy. I want it to kind of look like we have little chunks of ice all around. It's definitely hard to get that sort of effect, but something like that works. I mean, the other option is just to make it a larger region like that. Maybe up the frequency or whatever, so it's more like that. And then we can swap this texture out with something better. So right now we're just using this ice asteroid texture, which does not work. So let's make a new one. We'll make it relatively large so it doesn't repeat too often. And all this is going to be is just kind of some like shards of ice. So we'll just kind of draw our shards first and foremost. Yeah, something kind of like this. And this can sort of fade out to blue. Let's look at how it looks on our ice asteroid, because I do like how that looks. So we kind of just have like bright regions, a little bit of like, yeah. So maybe we do some of that business, some of that action. This is gonna take a million years to draw all these. Okay, we got another one over here. I'll probably just draw a couple variations and then we just copy and paste them. I'm not going to sit here and draw 50,000 ice shards. Let's do something like that. And we'll probably have some regions that's more like a larger patch of ice. You know, we have something like this with like some pointy bits. And then just shade it. Something like that. Yeah, that'll look good. So the way our shader works is that it kind of overlays this decal on top of a base color. So it means that we don't really have to fill in every single little square inch of this area. It's just going to be kind of like we fill in the majority or just sprinkle these around and the base color will take care of the rest. So it does make it a little bit easier for us. So let's just start pasting some of these around. The reason I'm making this texture so big is just so it doesn't repeat too much, right? Because essentially what it's doing is just dropping this texture on top. And that's all it's really doing. Oh, let's go into move mode or whatever. Nope, that doesn't let me, whatever. Oh, it's so annoying. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Here, let's just do a big selection of it so that's easier to... Nope, it automatically... Okay. Whatever. We'll zoom in, fine. I wanted to avoid zooming in, but it looks like we have failed. Probably some kind of like brush I could use, you know, I just put all the sprites in and then just draw around and it just does it for us. But whatever. I didn't know I could do that. That's interesting. I'm always learning new stuff about Krita. Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, I used to use Paint.net for the longest time, but it kind of sucks a little bit. It's Windows only. It's also just a really old program. There's a lot of nice quality of life features missing, like auto saving and stuff like that was always really sucked. So I finally decided to move over to using Krita, and I've enjoyed it. Yeah, Aseprite is definitely something I was thinking about doing. The only issue though with Aseprite is I guess it's kind of like hard to do larger resolution things, or at least I personally found it harder. It's great if you're just doing pixel art, but at least for me, I do a lot of different kind of assets, especially also since I've got like multiple games I'm working on and stuff, so sometimes it's kind of annoying. But yeah, definitely I'd probably say that Sprite's probably the best pixel art program. Let's see, I want one that's kind of like vertical, like a shard. Yeah, something like this will work. Trying to use Pixelorama since I'm a complete beginner. It works fine. Yeah. I don't think it really matters what program you use. I mean, I picked like probably the worst program ever to use, so for pixel art, paint.net. I think again circles back to our little discussion where it's like really doesn't matter what tool you use. You can still achieve the same result. Hey. It's gonna be hard work. I'll leave you to it. Have a good day, everybody. Well, thank you so much for the raid again. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your day. And as soon as you got a Steam store page up and stuff publicly, you're totally welcome to pop in here and send a link. So yeah, have a good rest of your night. I presume it's night. I guess I can be pretty confident saying that it's night for everybody right now. Because if it's 6 p.m. for me, I mean, I guess the only people it's not night for, like, people in Australia, because it's, morning. But yeah. Paint.net is awesome. Paint.net is fine. I mean, it's a nice lightweight program. I mean, if you're just quickly drawing something up, I don't think it's too bad. But at least for me, the lack of autosaving and stuff started to become kind of a really big hassle, so that's why I decided to swap over. I'm just gonna go ahead and save this really quick. I'm not done with it, but we can just see, like, kind of start to see what it looks like in game. So I gotta be careful. I'm still in the conveyor changes branch. I don't want to actually overwrite stuff. That would make terrible. It's morning indeed, yeah. So now we pop that in there and we can see all the little ice chunks scattered around. I think that actually doesn't look too bad. The base color probably needs to change on this with the blue, and that's because we didn't use our palette. It's just a random blue I grabbed. But I can go ahead and copy this color. Then up here in our gradient. Oh yeah, did I accidentally override our gradient also? Probably. Yeah, replace it with that. And we get up the frequency a little bit just so that's a little more like noisy. So if we go into here, fast noise light. I don't know, something like that. It kind of looks like frost on the ground, and then tweak our color ramp. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, and then we'll keep copying these things in here, the shards, and moving them around. It's 2 a.m. for you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wish I was able to stream at like a time that's better for the world. It's hard. Because the time that's like the best time for me to stream is like the worst time to stream. Because it's like 2 a.m. for most people. It's like way too early for people in Australia and stuff, and it's, it's just a bad time. But oh well. I think the most important thing about streaming is less so like the time that you stream at and stuff, but just consistency. There's always people awake all over the entire world, so I think, like, you know, eventually those people will make it work or whatever. I like your streaming hours? Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, it just varies. I mean, some people it's great. It also just, people are different. People wake up at different times and stuff, so it probably doesn't really matter as much as I think it does. Yeah, I just need to fill this out with a couple more ice chunks because I think it's a little sparse. It's kind of hard to be random as a human being. Like, I'm placing down these things, but I can definitely see, like, a pattern that I've accidentally done. With, like, this one and the little thing going off to the right. It's just, it's interesting how I accidentally do that stuff. It's funny how making something random, like, our human biases, it ends up not being random at all. Huh. I don't know. Let's do, like, one that's, like, maybe, like a really tiny chunk. Just like these two little scattered bits. Flip stuff horizontally and vertically. That's actually a pretty good idea. I probably should do that, yeah. We can, after we like paste them all down, we can just go through and click on random ones and then do, what's the key to flip? Here, there's probably a key for it. Well, I know, like, in here, there's, like, select, invert selection. I mean, I can right-click, and then isn't there a flip? I don't know, I can't even remember. Or we have to be in a transform mode, I think. Yeah, mirror horizontal like that. So we can go do that as another pass. My country it's 7:10 p.m., so it's a good time for you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think people in, like, South America, it's a pretty decent time. Because the hours are pretty closely aligned to North America, so... 8:12 p.m. here? Yeah. Yeah, it just depends. I don't usually worry about it so much. It's just like, I'm gonna stream at the time that means I can stream consistently. And that's just how it has to be. I used to worry more about like stream times when I first was like kind of starting, where I was like, oh, well, that this time works better, but then it means that it's gonna conflict with this, and I just started to realize like it's just not worth it. Just make it convenient for myself. 20 a.m. UK time, which is good for you. Okay. Yeah, see, that's the thing. To some people, 1 a.m. is like not good at all. But the other people that stay up late, it's like that's the perfect time, so it doesn't matter. All right, so now we got a couple scattered around. I think it's looking pretty good. It doesn't look like things are like repeating too often, so that's the most important thing. So now we can just go around and flip some things horizontally, because I think that is a good idea. It'll kind of, here, I need to get better at my keybinds. Control R is selection tool. Then Control T is that. Control T, boom, Control R, boom, Control T, boom, Control R, boom, Control T, boom, Control R, boom, Control T, boom. All right, let's see what that looks like now. Should have a bit more going on now. Well, it didn't change much, but it's because there's not a whole lot of like ice visible or whatever. I could make a modified version of this shader that kind of prioritizes like the decals. So basically, instead of the decal only being overlaid on top of the zones that have this effect, it just keeps the decals, but then the effect is separate. It wouldn't be that hard. We could just do that right now. Let's go ahead and actually do that and make like an offshoot of this just for this room. So setup or select, whatever it is. We're gonna make this shader unique. Oops, not that one. This one. So we're gonna do make unique, and then we're gonna resave it as something else. So instead of noise decal, it's gonna be noise decal overlay or something. It doesn't matter. So all we have to do is, instead of down here, we don't need the display decal thing anymore. So we're saying RGB is that plus mix with the noise correct of the decal. So get rid of that now. Never mind, I need that. Oh yeah, right, it's because it's mixing RGB. Okay. And now what we're going to say is, instead of this being times the alpha of the texture, because that was the alpha of the noise, we're instead now going to do the alpha of the decal in here. So you can see what this does now. If this would work. Probably doing something wrong here. Oh, yeah. Nope. What am I doing wrong? I think we just need another parenthesis at the end. No. My syntax is wrong. So Great Goose on YouTube, welcome in. Liking the mustache. Thank you very much. What's wrong here? Mix is wrong, apparently. Here, let's break this up. So we're gonna do noise correct, decal correct. So var noise color is that. That's a vec4. Whenever I'm doing these shaders, the my Godot brain keeps seeping back in. And then same with our this. Decal color is that. Get rid of the .rgb. So now all we're gonna do is just say color is a mix of not color RGB of our noise color .rgb, our texture or decal color, and just as an experiment, let's set it to 0.1 for a second. Nasty.rgb. So you can see what that's done now. Still needs work because there's some weird alpha stuff. So what we need to do is, instead of saying 0.1, we're going to say decal color.a. So it's only going to be mixing that stuff on top given position A. And also we have to say by default, color.a is equal to noise color.a. I think. Nope. I guess we just say color.a like that. Okay, we gotta figure out how to get rid of the white. But it shouldn't be too bad. Yesterday I spent half an hour trying to find what's wrong with my code, and turns out I just misspelled length. Oh yeah. I always do that. I spell it like, it's hard to notice, like when you spell it like, that or whatever, like that. It's so like, you don't notice it. Because it almost looks like the same word. What programming language uses Godot? So Godot does have support for a whole bunch of different languages. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up YouTube chat really quick, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. The primary language in which you program in Godot in is GD script. But you can also program in C#, and there's also this thing called like GD extension, which lets you apply different, like you can set it up so it uses different languages. So you can also use like Rust or almost every language. There's like plugins you can install for different languages. I would be weary of using those because it might not be really complete yet, but some of them are really good. I think the Rust one is pretty complete. Yeah, C# is pretty complete, and GD script obviously is fully complete. Like you can do everything in GD script, so yeah. Yeah, use GD script similar to Python. Yeah, it's basically the same as Python, only different functions and stuff. So, let's see, why is this stupid? I'm only setting the RGB, so it should be okay. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'll just say mix. Well, no, because then it's going to be that. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I guess it's because, yeah, I'm doing it at places where the thing is white. Okay, so I just have to say this noise color over here. Only do it in places where... Let's just break it up to do separately then. So we say color.rgb is equal to mix color.rgb and mix it with our noise color only in places where our alpha is actually greater than 0. So like this. And I think that'll fix it. Yeah. So now that's working fine, and then we just have another one for our... So we say color.rgb is mix this. There we go. So now these decals, the little ice crystals will show up everywhere with the underlying noise like not being attached to it. And I think that just looks better. So we can go ahead and, at least for this specific scenario, so we can modify the color of this and all that jazz, but our ice crystals will remain like that. So I think that works. I'm probably going to drop the color of this blue a little bit to this blue instead. See what that looks like. Too dark. Let's up it to the next blue, this one. Yeah, sort of like that. Doesn't look too bad. I'm probably going to change how this is now. Instead of being ping pong, we change it back to FBM. But make the octave count like really high so it's noisy. Kind of almost do something like that so it looks like frost. And we'll keep tweaking this shader and stuff so it kind of gets the appearance we want. But I don't think that's too bad. We could also apply like another thing on top that kind of like filters out some of these decal textures and stuff. We could put like a big gradient in the center of the room or something. So yeah, we got ads. My apologies, guys. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, we can also do like multiply this toward a specific color, and that would kind of help us make it look a little more less noisy. And the way that we could do that is say this, the decal color, and then times vec3 like 0.5 or whatever. Vec4. So that'll make all of these darker, but I'm not just going to multiply it to that. I think what instead I'm going to do is actually just add another color on top. Actually, we'll do mix. So we'll say mix that with another color that we want it to be, then that dot A. So this will be vec4 like that. So that's mixing. Let's see. I need this to be, oh yeah, because this is like semi-transparent. Okay, no, that's still doing a full replacement. And that's just because that one's full. So what I need to do is just straight up add this to that. So I think I know what I can do. We'll do this. So we'll say var overlay color vec4 is equal to decal color dot or vec4, and then the alpha of that will be the decal color. Like that. And now we can just say decal color plus equals overlay color. Let's see what that looks like. So yeah, right now it's full everything, but I can multiply that. So I could say like times 0.1 on that so that it's not so strong. It doesn't seem to really do anything though. Okay, that has changed things a little bit. I mean, what if I multiply this by 0? So add 0 over everybody. Sorry about that. Okay, it's because it's adding the RGB regardless of what the alpha is. So there's no point in even doing any alpha stuff. Basically, I think what I need to do is... Let's see here. How can I just mix the RGB? I guess what I need to do is say decal color is mix, and just specifically set the RGB between that and vec3, right? 1111, and that alpha will be, yeah, how much it gets mixed. So at 0.1, it shouldn't do much. Yeah, so now as I increase this value, it'll become more like the other. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing now, so we're good. There we go. So what I want to do with that is basically just make it so I can start to replace the color and make it a little less intense. So up here, I'm just going to create a new color, which is uniform vec3 overlay color. This is source color. And I'll actually make that a vec4 so I can control the alpha. And then we'll just say overlay color dot A. And then this one is RGB. Alrighty. So now in here, I can select this, grab our color. Now I can overlay it. It's basically like modulating, but only for the decals. So what I want to do is grab our like base black color, like this one, pop it in there, and now I can change the alpha transparency just to make these a little less pronounced. Because the more solid this is, the more they... Or actually, our base color is not that color. It's this one. So let's put that in instead. Yeah, so at full transparency, it's gone. But I can, like, fade it in a little bit. Just to the point where it's not too visually distracting. So something like that. But yeah, we can experiment with that stuff. I just want to give myself some ability to change things around. Something like that could work. And yeah, I might also take a look at doing some kind of, like another overlay on top or something so I could have like the center of the room not filled with the ice. The other option is to just take these decals out of the shader and draw those in manually on the tiles, which could also work. I mean, it's doable. It just depends on what I want to do, I guess. But this works for now. I think we can just continue on with the rest of the room, and then we can always circle back to this shader later and figure out exactly how we want it to look. So yeah. I might actually do like a, on the tile, let's see, on the floors. Like the shader approach, shaders are magic, yeah. They're really cool. I'm very glad that I decided to like learn them more, you know? It was always really daunting and stuff, but actually diving into it, it's... I mean, it's hard, sure, but it's not like impossible. I feel like I'm really definitely getting the hang of it. I can start to understand like how to achieve the effect I want and everything, so it's not bad. I wonder what it would look like if I did something like this. It's probably gonna look terrible, but it's like those are like that. No, that doesn't get the vibe across at all. I want there to be like indented regions on the tiles. I might go a completely different route. Instead of brick for the floor, maybe we just do like just some more like almost like pebbles. Might be the vibe I want. We'll see. We could also actually replace that with like blue like that, because that looks cool. So it's almost like ice shards in a way, but like, I don't know. Let's see what it looks like. I'm just curious to see. Doesn't look too bad. It definitely fades in quite a bit with the room, but could swap out the color with a darker color. And just see what that looks like. I do kind of like that. Almost looks like little splotches of like oil on the ground, so that could maybe work. Also, something I'm thinking about doing is maybe only using these tiles on the edges of the room out here. And then we have another tile set that we kind of put in the center so that we get that like... It's like the rooms are kind of noisy with a lot of decals around the edges, but then around the center it's kind of clearer, so it's easier for combat. It's not as distracting. I think that might actually be the play here. So let's experiment with that really quick. Just to see what it would look like, I'm just going to start with that. Or I guess we won't start with that. I'll just go ahead and do this, because if that is what we're doing, then yeah. Just put a tile in the center there. Go over to here, activate it, and just paint these in to see like what the vibe would be. But, you know, something like that, right? Where it's like very noisy on the edges, and then as it gets toward the center, there's like an indentation in the ground, and it kind of it's a little less noisy. That's something that I see all the time in tile sets and stuff in dungeons. I swear I've like seen that done in other places. I'm pretty sure like Binding of Isaac does that and stuff. Maybe. Binding of Isaac art style is pretty simple, so it probably doesn't. I've definitely seen that in games. I think the game I'm thinking of right now that does that is Cult of the Lamb. Maybe. But typically in their dungeon areas, they have like a lot of stuff around the edges, you know, like this. And the center of the room is kind of a little more cleared out. Not really like that, but like, I don't know, like this or whatever, you know? And I like how that, like, I don't know, it makes you focus in on the area you're in. So maybe we could do something like that with this environment. yeah, there's just all the stuff on the edges and like the grass on the edges, but then toward the center it's just clear land, you know. I'm trying to think of a pixel art game that does that. Actually, Stardew kind of does that in a way. If we look at some of the environments, because like they do this thing where there's like multi-layered tiles. So they have like the bright green, and then it, like, so around your house, it's like this dark green area, then the path in the center. And that kind of gives it like a, I don't know. It makes the areas you should pay attention to more obvious, right? Where it's like, okay, this is just some darker wilderness area, then over here is like your actual, like, your path and like the focus areas. So something like that could be cool. Just kind of layering tiles on top. I haven't been to this new island yet. I need to go there. Yeah, like this. This is a good example of what I'm thinking, where it's like layered tile sets. So you have like the dark green, and then it kind of like fades into a brighter area. So we'd have like essentially this tile, the bright tile in the center of the room, and then it kind of steps out to the darker tiles. So yeah, kind of like a little bit like yellow paint in a way. Like this, right? Where it's like, it's focusing your view in on like a central area. Because it also helps ease that transition from like center of the room into kind of the edges and the void outside of the room, which I think is good. And that's also kind of what I'm achieving with the pipes at the same time. Like having all the decorations and stuff on the edges and then keeping the center nice and clear for enemies and combat. Also, I think doing something like this maybe with the carpet would be nice. Or maybe we even do like some funny stuff like this. Could be cool. We'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of options here, I think, when it comes to all this. Yeah, we could do something like this if we wanted. These tiles over here are not really... Actually, I don't know if we even need... No, we will need a top right corner tile or whatever, but... Yeah, I would like to throw in some decorations. I do have a whole, like, system in the game for spawning those in, so I'll be linking it to that, because the decorations drop items and stuff. But how I do that is I have this this breakables layer, and this has this just like red zone that I paint in where I want things to spawn. So we can just define the edges of the room like that, and then the spawning system will spawn decorations randomly in that red region like that. So it's nice. We can like kind of keep everything clustered on the outside. I did that on purpose so that the center of the room and stuff doesn't get filled with decorations, because it's kind of annoying. Yeah, we could draw some decorations for a minute and start like kind of getting those implemented, because I would like to draw like just a bunch of different things that spawn in. You know, maybe some kind of like a pile of gears. I don't know why, but I feel like that fits here. Just like some really old rusty gears. Something like this. It's gonna be hard to draw gears at a diagonal like this, but we'll figure it out. This second gear actually needs to be a little flatter. It's a little too raised up. Yeah, there we go. Don't know why something bugs me with the pipes. Maybe each section between the ridges should be longer. Yeah, that's fair. Just because you think there's like too many of these little, yeah. What I could do pretty easily is just to have two variations. So there's one with the ridge, and then we could just extend out these bottoms and have a ridgeless variant of the midsection, so that there's not so many. I could like go through and just add one in the center. Because yeah, I do agree. I think these do kind of stack up a lot, don't they? So we could do that. I do appreciate the feedback. Yeah, if anyone's got ideas and stuff, definitely don't be afraid to say, you know, I'm not some genius that knows what I'm doing. It's far from that. Yeah, so we just do that, and now we have a like an empty section we can use. Let's hide the breakables layer. And now we can go back in and change that. Actually, this was on the decals layer, right? Yeah. So fix the bases of these. Yeah, so now just like we can just sprinkle these in wherever we feel like it, right? Like this. Maybe that one has 2 or something. Yeah, I like how that looks. It just makes it a little more, gives us some more fine-tuned control. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, I do think there was too many ridges before, so. Yeah. So, let's see, this will probably be more in the center. I'll start like trying to shape the gears a little bit. Definitely will be hard to make these look like gears, but I think it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Let's just kind of draw the shape of them though first, and then we'll make them look like have the teeth. So let's start drawing in teeth. So you have to think about this in multiple dimensions, right? Let's fill these in just with this for now. We'll probably change the colors, but... because they have to be like discs. Here, before we... let's go back, fill these in like that, and now go through and make like the edges of the gears like this. There's also some changes, I think, to the shape here I want to make. Now that we have that in, like that. We cut that there. So now we can just do like this to make the teeth of the gear. And then up here, that's just going to be cut out. But stuff like that, we need to fill it in with a darker color. That looks good enough, I think. I'm having an immense amount of trouble exporting. How'd you export the Snake game? I didn't personally export the Snake game, but we can go ahead and load up the project and look at the export settings if you want, because I don't actually know what they are. But I'll load that up. Then we do the same thing over here with this gear, except I'll do that one. Yeah, that's good enough. These don't have to be perfect. After all, they are some old, nasty, rusted gears, so it's not like they're going to be all perfect and beautiful. But they look like gears to me. Yeah, that's odd that your assets... let me... here, I think it opened. Let's go take a look. So it's Ouroboros. I'm pretty sure that I'm updated on GitHub, but I'll go ahead and do it again just to make sure. Oh, phone energy? No, that's fine. Yeah, we're up to date. So project, export. So we are doing web. This is our export path. Builds web index.html. Everything here looks to be default. Display standalone. So resources, make sure this is on export all resources. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, there's not really any weird settings in here, honestly. Let's turn on advanced, just make sure, but... I don't know. I do know that we... make sure you're on compatibility mode, by the way, if you aren't. Because I think sometimes Forward can have a lot of issues exporting to web. So... I think actually you have to be on compatibility for web, so... Could be something, if you're on a Forward. Got some stuff in my mustache. Oh, it's milk. It's coffee. But yeah, other than that, I mean, I don't know. Make sure that you're preloading everything. It's pretty easy because if you want to preload stuff, literally just search the entire project for load, like this. And anytime you use load, you can just replace it with preload. So. Because it works the exact same way, so it should be fine. Yeah, do that. I mean, that might help. Otherwise, yeah, make sure you're on compatibility mode. I don't really see any other weird settings, so seems to be just the regular old web build. Make sure you're exporting the thing as index.html. Export all the resources. That's pretty much it. But yeah, I don't know. Let me know if any of that helps. I think I need to do one over here. Oh yeah. Okay, so there's just some funny little gears. I can't remember if I have a shadow set for these decorations or not. I'll have to check on that. I could bake the shadows into the sprite, but we'll see. Yeah, all the audio files we're loading, I think. I mean, unless you just have them inside of the audio emitter already, then you don't need to load them. So like this click audio emitter, we don't ever call in the code preload focus on card 1. It's just in here. Because the way that Godot actually does that is if you have a audio resource or like some kind of resource in one of your scenes, it already preloads it. I guess it gets loaded along whenever you first instantiate that scene. So if you're preloading the scene that the audio is in, then it should be here. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why else it would be having issues. And all your export settings are the same here. You've got everything's on default, exporting all the resources, index.html, and you're also in compatibility mode. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I can't help anymore. I don't know what else there is. What other issues there is. I mean, you're always welcome to send the project over and I can open it up in Godot and see if I notice anything weird or if I can export it and stuff. But it's up to you. Okay, so I need to do... Yeah, these need to be almost fully covered. Otherwise it's gonna look weird on the edges over here. So I think I'm just gonna do something like this for now, just to see what this looks like. I'm so ADHD brained when developing. It's like we're working on decorations for 1 second and now we're right back to the tile set. But it's fine. So the idea of what I'm doing here is that these tiles up here will actually just be dark. So we save those, and then let's see what this looks like. Then these tiles we spawn in again. And go through and add them back in. Oh. Why is it on? Oh. Maybe we could do something like this, probably. That guy in there. I can't tell if I'm actually dragging them, but I'm pretty sure I am. It definitely needs to be a little messier though, like the transition into those. So like, let's do that. It's like way more random, you know. Just thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. You know, something like this. Ah, mouse, stop. I don't know why my mouse is lagging again. I used to have this issue and then I fixed it, but now it's back again. I don't know why. So I'm gonna have to do what I did last time. Yeah, I want to see what this looks like when it's all scraggly. Kind of fades the transition a little more. I think what we might need to do in this case is also have like some tiles of little things and stuff. So let's see, what's the vibe that we want here? I don't want to go full dark with it because I think it's a little too much. So I think maybe let's undo what we did here. Let's go back to how that was. And maybe we're just upping this one to the next like color here like this. I'll see what that looks like. Because I do like how that looks at the edges with that color and how the colors are in the ice and stuff, but and the carpet's good. I mean, I like that. Yeah, I might take these decals out of the shader and draw them in manually. I mean, it's super convenient and nice to be able to just plop it on a big shader, but the issue here is it's kind of like, I need a little more fine-tuned control over how these actually get, like, placed down, I think. So, it's probably what I'm gonna do. I can still keep that, though, the little, like, splotches in the ground. We could have these and then have like another variation of each of the edge tiles so that there's more variety. We'll see about that. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So, I kind of hate to do it, but I think it's going to look better. So let's just copy a few of these decals. Hey! Just put them down there in the bottom or something, or you could get them out of the way of the pipes so that we don't have any issues there. Why does it keep copying the whole thing? I swear, Critter, I'm gonna kill you. Oh, Critta. Stop. Don't do that anymore. Don't do it. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. I'm gonna freak. I'm gonna go Hulk mode. Kind of like... No, just... Ooh. Oh my god, and now it's like stuck over there. I'm getting angry, Critta. Why are you doing this? What I want to do is just copy this region. I've selected that region. Now I go in here, and then it... Whatever, I'm doing a new layer, because apparently that's the issue for some reason. Then we've also got this funny guy. Put him in the top left. And so now we can sprinkle those around, and on around the edges we can keep them denser. So boom, add those in. Now we can go back to our tiles. Select it. And get rid of the decal. I guess I'll move this back in. Do not display the decal. Like that. Now on our decals layer, we can paint these little funny guys in. Let's like randomize like 2 scattering or something. I don't want to place them on top of the pipes. Gotta be careful. And see, we can just like sprinkle a couple in around here. It's just kind of a good way to transition the edges into the center, almost like that. I do think some of these are a little too distracting, but it's okay. I guess we could also do the inverse where the edges are bright, like almost like they're like frosted. I mean, that is something that we could experiment with really quick and see what that looks like. Then the center zone's kind of like the dark zone. See what that looks like. Just for fun. It's kind of interesting. It's too blue. Well, we could swap it out with dark blue, maybe. Like that. And then we would go back in here and do what we did before here. With all the bumps and stuff. Like so. I feel like those two colors are so close to each other, though. It's almost like hard for me to notice the difference. Unless we went down a color on here. It's like the black color. I don't know, it's hard to say. Let me look at our references again. mean, I don't know. Yeah, I might go back and reverse it the other way around. Or maybe we just do dark there, and then the central area is like a blue color. What does that look like? It's not terrible, but I also think there needs to be a change to the walls. I think what would look good here is having like a baseboard. So we could do something like this, like a little bit of this thing going on here. This might help make the room look more interesting. I realize it's gonna break everything here. Let's move that over there. I love when hitting a fill doesn't do anything for some reason. Is that our stupid... Why did that change? Okay. Then now we can draw our little baseboards along here. Oops, no scattering though. Oops, I was on the decal layer also. Only issue with them right now though is that they kind of blend in. But maybe we could do a different color on these. Oh my god, stop. One option is blue maybe. Or we go with red. So that's blue baseboard. Let's try red. Red might look nice. A nice dull red. Red is like our accent color to the blue. It's not terrible. And then what we could do is around the tops of here. Like that would be like a red accent. So it's almost like you're looking at the baseboards. Let's see what that looks like. I kind of like that a little bit. Still don't know exactly where I want to go with the floor here, though. I'm still a little conflicted. I kind of want the center to be dark, I feel like. You know, like that. I think that's going to be the play. And then what we can do is have a variation of our floor tiles in here. I have two. And these can have like some of these things sprinkled around. Just to kind of ease that transition. Like that. And we set up those tiles, and now we can just kind of sprinkle those in around here. Turn off scattering. I keep doing it on the decal layer. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Yeah, I should hit this so we stop doing that by accident. I guess we could do some scattering. It's kind of like this. Maybe especially here in the edges. Oops. It doesn't look terrible. It could work. I think the vibe of this place is getting there. I think the next thing to address is these on the tops. One option is to do kind of like a brick, almost like it was in Enceladus Zone 0. Like you could see what that looks like. Which that isn't terrible. Maybe. We can also throw in a window for the wall. Might need to expand this tile set a little bit. We'll see. Let's just draw a quick little window here. Give it a placeholder color. And I think this is going to kind of like go like this at the top. Let's see. Oops, wrong one. And then this would have like this down here. Oops. We might do like oil dripping in, we'll see. Also might make this blue or something right now. I don't want this to be... Sometimes it's tricky because I want to like... I want it to be sort of a medieval vibe, but then also at the same time like industrial, so... Let's think about how we want to do this. Maybe we just make it a triangle for now. And, I mean, what if, like, our things in here and stuff were pipes? If it looked like this. I'm just curious about what this would look like. And we could do the same thing with pipes up here. Oh, it could be interesting. Like making like the pipes sort of like the decorative elements of the room. Because it'll still kind of have like a gothic vibe, but everything is pipes, so... Let's see what that ends up looking like. Maybe. Yeah, let's explore this concept. Oops. Like that. Of course, what would help here is like those little ridges to make it look more like a pipe. This wouldn't really be highlighted there, though. Yeah. Well, honestly, let's just do this, because it's like... And those are pipes. They're going to be... I can't really do it that way, though. Okay. Oh, let's just see what this looks like in game really quick. If we put it all over the walls. Could be interesting. So I don't want to just paint them in here like that. I think that definitely does look pretty cool. If we add like the little segment things, I think it would look epic. So like this. Maybe something like that, and then like there would be like 2 down here. Yeah, and we could have these windows be broken, so they're probably going to be kind of filled with sludge in here. So let's like do this. We'll give it like a little bit of like an outline so you can tell that it's a window, but kind of like in here, then it would have like, it's like it's got some of the oil sludge built up in here. Maybe something like that, I don't know. We can always change that later. Just so it kind of looks like you're actually like underground. It's not just this open window. We can also give this like a little bit of a shininess. Maybe there are some like kind of like shards of glass here. That are kind of broken off. Yeah. All right. I think the vibe of this place is starting to come along. We could make the... No, I kind of like that color for the edges, honestly. It's got like a coal vibe, and I think that's really the atmosphere of this place is coal. Like the inside of a train or something, right? Of like a steam engine. So... you can anti-alias these bricks. Yeah, I think we just keep going along and adding in more decals and stuff. Different little objects that can spawn around. Let's get that kind of implemented a little bit, and then I think we'll be at a good spot. This is like a rusty gear that can spawn on the edges. Maybe we do like kind of a larger pile of ice or something. So this one would be like, actually, let's resize. 24. Delete all that. So maybe it has like a right spot up here. That goes into a point. Another shard off that way. Shard coming out that way. So this will be just a blob of ice here. Anti-aliasing. Maybe there's a couple spots where there's like a little bit of a brighter area. Maybe something like that. We'll see. I think, again, my approach to adding in sprites and stuff and drawing is, like, put it in game first, see how it looks, and then refine, right? It's exactly what we sort of did with the room. I mean, it's kind of like I go in with a theory or an assumption, and I have to prove if it's real, you know? I mean, this ice chunk is fine. I could make it darker, but yeah, we'll see. So let's start saving all these. Let's call it a... Can't remember the name. Caligo. Ice. I'm just gonna do Caligo underscore decoration. So that. Boom. We got the bunny gears. Okay, and let's go get this decoration system kind of hooked up. So, I think it's actually really easy to do now. We just go into breakable decoration here. We sort of have like quote-unquote IDs in here. I would like to continue to further improve upon this thing in here, but it's fine. And then Starground, decoration, ice chunk. And the gears, I guess that would be like ceramic or something. And then Caligo. Ice chunks. So now what we do is we need to go into our loot table. And we're going to create a new one for our decorations. So we have the Tephra decorations. I think it's called decorations. Yeah, right here. So we're just going to copy Tephra, call it decorations Caligo, and put in our two new ones. So decoration gears, decoration ice chunk. And now those ones will spawn in as our decorations in these rooms. So let's go ahead and just see what these look like. I'll probably put some more like machinery in there for the decorations, like an engine or something, just some random bits and bobs. Yeah, I'll try and make everything look cold though. We're also gonna do another like effect layer that goes on top of everything, probably with just like a little bit of a breeze with some snow. So I think that'll also really help like tie everything into the cold vibe, and obviously ambience noise. That would definitely be good. So I keep choking on all the liquids I'm drinking today. I don't know why. Okay. So let's go God mode. Yeah, this is a vibe. Oh, I didn't change the thing in here, so my bad. Let's go do that. Regions. So decorations, we say right here, decorations, Caligo 0. And 0 is basically the level identifier, so the deeper you go, the higher that number is. That's not really used in the 2 new dungeons right now, only in Enceladus for the lab zone, but I imagine we might also add in another dungeon level in Tephra this update. We'll see. Okay, so let's save that, see what that looks like now. I'm almost imagining like a Industrial Revolution mansion. No, like a like an old coal factory, but then you put it in a mansion. You know, something like this vibe, you know? Yeah, basically like Victorian era industry, but also somebody's house. I don't know. I think it might be an interesting vibe. And then we'll have a lot of like robots and stuff here, and yeah. Snooze that ad. Probably be ending stream here in just a minute. Let's go see what these decorations look like really quick. And we'll work on more decorations. What has happened? Oh. I know what went wrong. I used the wrong asset. So I was using this one. That is not the right one. I need that one. Whoopsies. Let's try that again. We didn't really get to work on the little maze game today, but that's okay. You know, with the rover and stuff. We'll probably work on that more soon. I do want to finish this little controller and the layout and everything, and then get the like generation for the rooms complete. Because honestly, once that's done, that's like the majority of the game. Honestly. So we'll do that tomorrow, probably. I just don't want to abandon Starground, you know? I do want to get things done. Okay, so yeah, I mean, obviously we need more variation on the decorations because we only have 2, but let's just go look and see what it looks like when it's in the context of the room. Yeah, that's not bad. I do like how the vibe of this is shaping up, where like the edges are very full of things and ice and gears and all that, and then like the center's pretty clear. It's gonna be good for combat because like all the enemies are gonna be around in the center and you can run around, and you know, it's not gonna be too visually distracting. I think that's something I could have done better on with some of the other dungeons, just their appearance, you know, with like Dungeon 0 on Enceladus. Like, maybe I'll still go back and do that, you know? Just make it so that, like, we kind of have that same effect in Enceladus where the edges are kind of the busy, darker, or bright. And then as it goes toward the center, it's a little more open. So I might look into doing something like that. I'm always thinking of new ways to make the older dungeons look nicer. I think one thing, too, that Enceladus really needs is these walls. Because they're very repetitive, especially in the boss room. I think adding in a couple more variations and going back through and changing up would be nice, but yeah. I think they're more distinct from each other. I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily... I wouldn't be changing the entire vibe of this place, but I would probably just kind of... just darken the edges a little bit, or have, like, alternative tiles that kind of... Because it's easier with this zone, because we just have individual, like, grid tiles. So I could just, like, make a darker variant and just kind of sprinkle it around the edges of the room. And I think it would look pretty nice. It would just help you focus in on the center. It's not necessarily trying to make the entire vibe of this area replicating the other one, but just so that it's kind of more, not so distracting. I also think doing, like, some baseboards and stuff in this dungeon would be nice. There's just a whole bunch of visual ideas I have for how to make it look better. And it's almost a little bit the same with Tephra. I mean, Tephra, not so much of a big deal because we've got, like, the edges of the... I mean, this is on rooftops after all, so it is kind of hard to achieve that effect. So I think Tephra's mostly okay. Since, like, the decorations out here are kind of the thing that, like, really does that for these rooms. But yeah. I don't know. It's good to just think about this stuff. I mean, I don't want to be so tunnel visioned on the new things that I forget to make older stuff better too. Because I think that's a classic, like, problem with early access stuff sometimes is developers can be so locked in on just new stuff that they stop making older things better. When in reality, I think it's so important to, as you're developing, you're taking the new and better things that you've improved and changed and retroactively applying them to other places you've already made. So yeah, I like how this is looking in here. I do actually like the pipes being like the decorations of the windows and stuff, because it gives it, like, since it's like a triangle, it's kind of like a Victorian Gothic style, but at the same time we keep the pipe aesthetic, which is cool, I think. I'll probably tweak these pipes a little bit. I think these here are a little too, like, thin, so I'll do that. And just add more types of pipes, like more pipes around the edges here, more decorations. I do like how the gears look, I think. I don't know if I'll do ice chunks because they are a little bit difficult to see when they're scattered in with these ice chunks, so that might not be the play. I might do something that's a little more visually obvious, that it's like a decoration, something like separate from the environment. Because that's also another extremely important part about designing environments and tile sets is it's not always so much just about the vibe, but just about, like, what is the art style telling the player, you know? Yeah, Frozen Block Machine Side. I think something like that could be cool, because it's like if we just do like a block of ice, I think it'll look different enough from the other ice that it's like obvious it's a separate thing. So I'll probably write that down. Big block of ice with engine inside or something. But yeah. It's getting there though. I think for day one progress, this is pretty good. We've already got like a background shader and like a basically completed tile set with everything. So we're definitely on track. I mean, it's not like we're taking too long or anything. So that's good. But yeah, I'll just keep fine-tuning everything in here. I don't really mind the walls just being pure black if it means there's going to be all these decorations and stuff that kind of fill up that void space. Because I think that's another really important thing with pixel art that isn't talked about enough, but sometimes less is more. And honestly, just art in general. if you fill in every single little space of your art, it starts to get really noisy and distracting. It's so important to have regions for your eyes to rest, you know? Because it makes everything else, the things that aren't, you know, plain color, so much more obvious and important. So, like, seeing this, like, hive stick out from this just pure black flooring, it's like, whoa, that's like a thing there. It makes it, like, visually like, oh. I think that's extremely important also for a dungeoning game, because you need, it's combat. You need to know where the enemies are and what items are around you and everything, so being able to glean all that information at a glance is super important. Yeah, those are just some, the ramblings, the inner machina of my mind, or whatever that's called, whatever the saying is. But yeah. It's coming along though. I'm happy with where it's going. So you say you need to learn to do 3D? Yeah, I'm not super great at 3D, but that's one of the reasons why I'm working on this game, because I really want to, I want to be fluent in 2D and 3D, just so I can, like, I don't know, easily make whatever kind of game I want. Yeah, learning 3D stuff, it's hard, but I think it's very rewarding, though, to be able to make stuff like this. To be fair, you wouldn't expect the walls to have things everywhere either, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's just like that in art or in real life. It's it's good to have voids. Because I guess at the end of the day, too, art is emulating real life. It's not like every single square inch of our walls are filled with paintings and stuff, so... yeah. Alright, well, I think we're going to end off stream here. So we've been going for 4 hours, but... thank you, everybody, for coming. I appreciate it. I think we've made some pretty good progress today on the next dungeon update, so we will continue tomorrow. But let's go ahead and raid out, see who's live. And let's also snooze that ad so you guys don't get ads. And let's also snooze. Hey, shut up, me. Synapse. I hate always raiding Hypnotic, but is there anybody else in Hypnotic doing stuff? Like, otherwise, a keep. Jackbox. See, this is the issue, is like, they're like playing games and stuff. I don't know, it always feels weird to me raiding into somebody playing games if I'm not playing games, but I don't know. Let's just raid Hypnotic then. What's Hypnotic working on? Esoteric Linux distros. Great stuff. Thanks for the stream. No problem. I appreciate popping in. All right. Well, that's going to be it, everybody. Thank you for coming. Feel free to grab Starground. It is available on Steam. There's also a bundle going on with Prospector, which I still have yet to play Prospector. I have to. I have the game. It's installed. I need to just boot it up tonight and try it. But yeah, the bundle gives you a little discount, which is epic. Where'd my raid thing go? Oh, yeah. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. No promises or specific dates on when this update, this new dungeoning update, is going to be ready. I'm guessing I want to spend a lot of time on this to also kind of go back and update older things, so I'm thinking probably sometime either September or October. We'll see. Maybe late September, something like that, early October. But that's just kind of a guess right now. No promises. I just want to spend a lot of time on this update and really like start to tie up loose ends and make things feel really good with dungeoning, especially as we get closer to release time. So, but yeah, of course there'll be experimental updates and stuff, so be on the lookout for that. Alrighty, well, goodbye everybody. Thank you for coming in. I'll be live again tomorrow at the same time, 3:30 MDT. Yeah, that's gonna be it. So goodbye everybody. Bye bye.